The debate doesn't start for like another 15 or something minutes, but actually no, 25 minutes. Never mind. We're going a little early though. We're going to speak softly into the mic. I'm going to speak softly and sensually. We got my boy TJ. Also, make sure you guys check out my boy Stock's Family Farm. A little early. We're doing a pregame. Pull out my other phone so I can chat with the. So it's funny. I brought my other phone with me so that way I can chat with the chat.
Oh yeah.
And because like when you're trying to chat with the chat, you can't really do it for some reason on that device when it's like record when it's doing a live stream. You have to use like another stream device. See if I get the Wi-Fi hotspot rolling. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
There we go.
I think that's Joe Rayford.
Oh, cool. Welcome to the show, everybody. We're pre-gaming, we're getting ready. Making sure I can, actually, I wonder if they got Wi-Fi here. Let me see if I can, instead of having to use the hotspot.
Wi-Fi's locked.
Oh, that's okay. I could always use hotspot. Okay. So we're getting ready to do the show, everybody. So actually, I'm going to show you guys maybe the debate stage here in a second. I'll show you guys the pregame, what's happening. In fact, you know what I need to do? I need to maybe adjust. Oh, maybe. All right, we got G. We're lining it up.
Leave that for a moment.
We're large and in charge. We're doing it. So welcome to the show, everybody. We got Annie in the chat. Heck yeah. We got Stock's Family Farm also casting too. So if you guys want to go between, check out my homie. I'm gonna put up a poll real quick. But yeah, no, this is great. Little pregame action. We'll try to. We're gonna try to keep the camera as out of the way of the foot traffic as possible. At least I'm gonna. I know TJ's got it all figured out. I don't got you.
Yeah, I'm doing over there for sure. Whenever everybody's out of the way.
Oh, maybe this won't let me.
Alright, what's up, everybody? Happening.
I'm on the second phone real quick, everybody. Sorry for the delay.
I need to get one so I can
Because I'm just using my old
Twitter.
I'm just using my old Pixel 5 phone. You know, I just keep these bad boys with me. This is gonna be interesting though. Let me see. It might not work as well as I think it will.
Hey, what's up?
So I'm pretty excited, man. This is the first time I've been to a debate in a long time, like where I actually am present to watch people debate. Pretty cool. You know, I see enough debates on the YouTube and stuff, but that's about the extent of it.
Are you open time?
Vertical.
Where?
That's okay. This is actually being more of a hassle than I expected it to be, so you know what? I'm not even going to bother.
Yeah.
Power off.
It's on YouTube. If you search for Trees County Citizen
There we go.
Cool.
What's this? Playables. Settings.
Got a little bit. I should have titled this something different because I kind of want to go out and have another cigarette before this all starts.
If you want, I could watch it or something like that. But
Yeah. Okay, guards is, key guards are there.
yeah, do a little bit of commentary.
We got guards in back there.
Let's see here.
We'll put him back there too.
Yeah, feel free to hang out with me. You guys get to watch
Okay.
get to watch my
I'll be
amateur.
right back. I'll just tap him on.
Oh, got you. Let's see. Let's see. Getting everything set up, but Stocks Family Farm, baby. It's my boy. Tap. Hole. There we go. Just getting everything set up, but no, our board TJ will be back, and it's going to be a very interesting little debate. We're going to see Oregon Republican primary. I'm pretty stoked about this. It's been a long time since I've even been to an actual debate, seeing one in real life. You know, you see them on TV and stuff, but it's total different monster. Seeing it live, it's actually fun. Subscribe button, let's see. Yes, no. But I'll keep you guys entertained while TJ's out doing a cigarette. Cool. Getting a few more little things squared away though, but let's see. Kind of keep this a little bit right. Probably in the bottom. There we go. All right, so you know, we'll just kind of keep the two tripods together. So filling in for TJ on his show, filling in on my own show. I'm going crazy. I've never double fisted a show before, so it's going to be interesting. So overall, we're going to be watching the Oregon Republican debate. I think there's going to be a lot of people showing up, lots and lots of people. I'm honestly excited because it's just a fun opportunity to be able to see a debate live. I haven't seen one since I was like in high school, probably in this auditorium maybe. It might have, maybe that was the last debate I saw was in this auditorium when I was in high school. This is crazy. But it's been a while since I've physically watched one, so this is going to be kind of exciting. And being able to broadcast one even in my amateur style, because I'm an amateur no matter what. It's more fun that way. But hell yeah. Let me try to I'm going to two-time between my stream and so I'm two-timing right now. I'm betraying my own audience for TJ's audience right now. I feel like I'm cheating on my audience right now. But no, this is great though. This is great. As you know, I'm pretty independent. I'm more anti-Democrat than I am Republican. I guess you could say I'm pretty right-leaning, but I'm definitely not voting Democrat, that's for sure. That's just my mentality at this point in my life. Democrat Party's a little too crazy for me. I mean, when I was younger and a little dumber, you know, I voted Democrat, but it's pretty cool though. But yeah, this is going to be entertaining. So we're going to see, you guys are going to get pretty much a front row view. And this is for the Oregon governorship, by the way, at least the Republican primary side of it, you know? So it's going to be interesting to see the debate. So what do you guys in the chat think we're going to talk about? That's what I'm really curious about overall. Because I think one of the, and I guess I could touch on a few of the major problems that I see here in Oregon real quick with everybody. I think one of the major problems in Oregon is we have kind of a California problem, you know what I mean? In the sense that we tend to tax away. We think that that we could tax away a problem. That's not how it works, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't believe in taxing away a problem. I just don't think it works. But that's one of the reasons I can't vote for Democrats anyway, because they believe that the solution, no matter what, is overtaxation of the people. And people resent taxes. That's the one thing I will say. Taxes equal resentment. So if you want your own people to hate you, just overtax them, you know. But I will say, I think California overtaxes their citizens far more than we overtax ours. So that's kind of a plus. At least we're not, we're not going full California. You never want to go full California. But that's exciting, man. I'm going between you guys, going between two audiences. One guy, two audiences. Let's see. Yeah, this debate is going to be fascinating. Very much, Annie. Yep, agreed. I'm a little nervous. I'm not even debating and I'm nervous. This is crazy. Let's see what time it is. So the debate is most likely going to be in about 13 minutes. There might be a little bit of a tinge of a delay. But very exciting. I think we're probably going to be able to hear everybody. They're probably going to use the microphone system in here. And admittedly, it does tend to boom, which is really nice. So you can hear just about everything in this auditorium. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. But yeah, 2-time in between my audiences, man. I'm cheating on my audience with TJ's audience. So, I mean, I'm an unethical man. I would never be able to run for office. No. But, this is exciting, man. Let's see here. Hey, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, though. We're almost to 9,000 subscribers, which is unbelievable. So I want to thank you guys for being the main reason that this show is blasted through the internet. So you guys are incredible. Going between the two audiences here. Let's see. Well, I don't see anything in chat on TJ's. You guys got to get involved. I'm not entertaining enough, though, to do anything. But yeah, everybody in the chat, though, what do you guys think? What do you guys think that a lot of these candidates are going to talk about? Do you think they're going to maybe discuss some of the problems here in Oregon, maybe try to reverse course and stop Trump? I think Oregon tries to be too much like California, and I really believe that's a problem. I mean, you don't want to go full California. You don't want to go full California. But let's see. But this is too much fun, man. It's too much fun. But yeah, so I'm going to give you guys a bit of a preview of what the stage is going to look like. So I'm not showing what the stage looks like on here just yet. We'll let TJ do that. Let me fix a couple things. We'll put this in the top corner. There we go. We want to see the full debate stage. So this is the stage. We got the podium right there. I can't remember who's moderating the debate. Maybe it'll be me. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so we got the podium there. We got all the candidates are going to sit on those tables. I think there's going to be a debate timer. I think it's right over there. Yeah, you guys probably can't see it, but it's right over there. So there will be a debate timer, it looks like, so people can kind of keep an eye on the clock, which is good. Just like in basketball, you need your shot clock. And Chris, what's going on, man? That was my boy Chris Castleman, total stud. Total stud. But no, but this is what the stage is going to be looking like here, and of course, to TJ's audience, you guys won't have to see me too much longer because TJ will be back slowly. But this is amazing, dude. Amazing. I will say this though, TJ and I do plan on getting our once everybody's more seated, we plan on getting the cameras a little closer to the stage, so that way you can kind of get more of an up close. So that way we're not taking up too much seating real estate. But I don't think so far a ton of people aren't showing up just yet, but they might be. They might be. I'm not the biggest fan of crowds, but I can manage. Luckily, there's an exit stage left, so I'm good. But pretty exciting. Let's see who else we got on TJ's audience here. But yeah, it's exciting though to see this sort of framework, man. Try to get my camera out of the way here. But to TJ's audience, though, this is going to be fun. And I enjoy a debate every once in a while. It reminds me of it's like, you know, I guess verbal fighting, but in a more controlled environment, you know. I think, and maybe I'm maybe I'm either ahead of the time or behind the times, but I would love to see UFC debate. Like legitimately, like people get into the octagon, they kind of beat the crap out of each other, and then they start debating. I think that'd be entertaining. Or like a WWE style debate where they actually WWE style, then they debate afterwards. That would be pretty tight. I've been watching too much WWE since I was a kid, so that was a problem. But yeah, the stage is rented, the orchestra's engaged. Now it's time to see if you dance. Okay, that just sounds lame. All right. Gonna do some kung fu. But yeah, no, this is great though. We're getting ready.
There's a whole bunch of candidates out there talking to people.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's baller, dude.
Yeah.
Any protesters?
No, not
Oh,
yet.
thank God. I was actually surprised.
What's up, everybody? What's up? Just Danny stuff.
I kept people somewhat entertained. I was just like, I told them, I was like, I'm too tiny between the audiences.
Good. All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, dude, I'm just chilling. I'm chilling. But yeah, so we got the debate stage all figured out, it looks like, and it's exciting, man. I haven't seen like I said, I haven't seen an in real life debate in so long that this is going to be fun. Kind of reminds me of, yeah, like I said, I think we need to adopt the WWE mentality. Like, so I think a WWE debate would be sick because people could wrestle for like 5 minutes, then they could debate their topics. That's what I really want to see. That's kind of actually, you know, because I think it would get people's aggression out. But you see WWE, I wouldn't say it's safer than the UFC style fighting, but like, you know, if you do a little wrestling then debate, I think wrestling and debate would be kind of funny. I mean, everybody would have different weight classes though, so that would be kind of a problem, but you know, but it would allow people to get stuff out of their system though. And then like once they get the aggression out of the system, then they start the debate. Of course, I'm on, I sound like I'm on drugs, but it'd be fun though. But yeah, no, this is kind of the pregame. I'm going to show the stage one more time. Like I said, that's where the candidates will be. That's where the podium will be. That's, I believe, the timer. I think that's the timer. If I take a good look at it, I'll bet you it's the timer. Okay, cool. I was right. So we got the timer, so the candidates can at least see if their time's running out. Got the stage set right there. Got the podium, dude. Amazing. But yeah, it's going to be very fun. Obviously, I'm gonna shut my app once the actual debate happens. But before the debate actually happens, though, it'll be fun to get the preview on just to really get this going. Now, anybody in the chat, just to let you know, who do you guys think is going to win the debate? I don't know who's going to win the debate. I got to admit, I'm lost. I don't know who's actually going to be the victor. But it's going to be fun, man. Did I turn off the hotspot? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. No, but like I said, I would like Oregon to take elections a little more seriously in the way that they count ballots and stuff. The problem I have with like voter rolls, for example, like our Low County, I don't think has direct access to our own voter rolls, and I think that's a problem. I think if the state of Oregon has a centralized location where all those are actually counted, that's a bad idea, dude. Because you want because the county needs to be able to audit their own voter rolls, yeah. Because auditing matters, man, because, look, there's always going to be fraud in any sort of event. There's always going to be fraud in any kind of system, but to mitigate fraud, auditing is actually a good thing. An actual real audit is always a solid thing, so. Doing a little... I'm actually trying to assume what they're going to talk about for the debate because I have zero clue what some of the subject matter is going to be.
I hope they talk about IP 28. That is the one bill I'm the most passionate about. That
right.
Bill.
Because that's going to be the one that would affect you most. That would actually affect TJ quite a bit. It was called IP 128, you said?
No, IP 28.
IP 28, okay. So if you guys get bored, look up IP 28, and you'll see why it's kind of... hopefully they bring it up in the debate. I'm pretty sure they will. It seems like a pretty hot topic debate.
Yeah, it's the hunting, fishing, farming bill.
Yeah.
And it's essentially it will make killing an animal for food considered animal torture, and you can go to prison. It's felony animal torture. And then also, if you like fishing, that's animal torture. Hunting is animal torture. Collecting eggs is considered sexual exploitation of an
really?
Animal.
Okay, that's wild.
And same with breeding. Breeding would be the same way.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
I just want to get you on camera for a second. I wanted people.
But yeah, that's one I'm most passionate about. I mean, this community alone has how many fisheries, and the fishing vessels, they'd have to go out to international waters, which is like 12 miles out, and the boats here can't go that far out.
Yeah.
So it would be a huge deal, and it would destroy this community completely.
Are they thinking about like revising it or anything, or is it already on the table for voting?
It's on the table. No, it's a petition right now. It's gained 112,000 signatures so far out of 175,000.
That's all that's needed?
Yeah, once they get 175,000, it goes to the ballot.
Okay. To get rid of it, right? Or to
make that the law.
So there's people wanting to make it a law?
Yes. Yep. And it's funded by PETA and IEX, which is like, I can't remember what the abbreviation stands for, but it's like an international.
What if people vote to repeal? What if people do like a petition of repeal? Can that also weigh in further?
I don't know what the next step, but I believe as soon as they got their petition to put it on the ballot, then it would be voted. And the thing about it is they're calling it the Peace Act. Okay. Who doesn't want peace, right? So everybody's going to vote the Peace Act. But it's for the people, for the elimination of animal cruelty exemptions.
Okay.
Because there's animal cruelty exemptions, which would be farming.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you don't charge farmers with animal cruelty. Well, they want to eliminate that.
Yeah.
And so.
Damn, dude, this is... I had no idea it was... I knew that some of it, but I was like... I definitely wanted my audience to get a clearer explanation about it, too, because I want this to kind of light a fire under some people's hearts.
It would
already
also take
making
away
me kind of
$185 million a year in federal funding. that goes to our like not our agriculture, but our like conservation board and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just from the state of Oregon, it would take $185 million a year from federal dollars.
My God, dude.
Yep.
That's crazy. Well, I think what I'll do, I'm going to get this possibly a little bit closer here.
Yeah, I'm gonna put mine up here because it's getting close to time, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock now.
I think where this is at, hopefully it doesn't take up too much space. Yeah, that should be good. If it topples over, I got a I got a good case on my phone, so that should be good. Should probably. Oh.
It's gonna be our station.
We need to put something red or something. There you go. There you go. Better, absolutely. I actually know where I'm sitting.
So we figured out that this is like the best angle you can see everything.
Well, I only want to see me. I don't care about anybody else. I'm Joe Raker. It's a brief U.S. Senator.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I've seen your name before.
Hopefully,
I don't. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's been good or bad. It's like
just this.
Joe Ray Perkins for Senate. Yeah. I'll make sure I follow you on X whenever my My name's DJ. I run a YouTube channel. It's about my farm and my family, and like it's got a video of me proposing to my wife, and that's what I wanted it to be about. But it accidentally became political, so they put me on to interview with
Nice.
and or for the protest. So that now my channel is like kind of partly political.
So we got everything in place. We got this. It's exciting.
Facebook page just for like personal. And then I had a second one that was public.
Right.
Now I have my official campaign page on Facebook.
Right.
So, yeah.
So sometimes your personal one will start showing political stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it does. I mean, it is.
I mean, our world is so
I
much
don't
more
post my
political.
grandkids anymore.
Right.
There's just too much crazy out there. It's, my daughter will post a lot of pictures of things.
See. Well, I think the show. 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes off schedule for the moment. But, it's great though, man.
This is Jill Ray Perkins. She's running for the U.S. Senate.
Oh heck yeah, dude!
She wants to be a senator.
Heck yeah.
Hi. How are you?
Good. Oh, pretty good. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh yeah, it's gorgeous out there.
All right, awesome. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna get this a little closer here, and I'm going to step. I'm gonna. We'll see if they complain about it.
No, I think that's
Should be enough room.
yeah. I think well. I mean, yeah, the senator. Right there.
Oh yeah. So wait, I'm kind of curious. So is the senator?
No. There's going to be like she's going to be talking.
Just the governor.
No, there's going to be a local one too. He's better.
That's so cool. Heck yeah. That's amazing.
You want a bottle of water?
I'm good. I actually drank quite a bit of water before coming here. If I drink too much, I'll be chilling.
Someone's okay? Daryl, someone's all right?
great view of the stage. Oh, absolutely it is. How much time we got? I shortened my legs a little bit. Just to be on the safe side, I didn't want anybody to trip over.
It makes you a little bit taller too.
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty good view. Yours is too, yeah.
Yeah,
You still got everything in vertical even, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to fit it in the frame as best as I could. I was like, well, it'll do what it does. You can still see the podium a little bit, and luckily in the final form, it doesn't show this stuff on there.
Right.
Thank goodness. But yeah, you should be able to see all the candidates and stuff, and this is really cool. I think this is great. This is the first time I've actually ever filmed a debate. It's been a long time since I've watched one.
Does that have me in the camera? Is it running? Is the square on?
There's a square.
Awesome. Then it's recording.
Oh yeah, for 2 minutes and 30 seconds so far.
I thought my AirPods were.
Okay.
Where's the governor? Okay. Oh, the governor.
No,
Well, I figured because I got my phone. Should be able to keep going for as long as I can. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot to press my charger, but my battery should last at least a good chunk of time.
I didn't even tell you. All right. Well, as our friend Rob Taylor likes to say, good evening, Cruz County. Hello, Oregon! I'm Chris Cassidy. I'm going to be the moderator for the first debate. The Friends of Cruz County Republicans welcomes you to our primary forum and governor debate. Tonight we gather under the timeless conservative principles of life, liberty, limited government, and yes, common sense. The same principles that built the great nation, the greatest nation in history, and that will restore our beloved state of Oregon. We have two forums for you this evening, one that will start in just a few moments, with 6 candidates in front of you who are vying for county, state, and federal positions. Our main event at 7 p.m. will showcase 3 Republican candidates for governor who will face off for a chance to secure your vote. And lastly, as a special treat tonight, we will take a break between these forums to hear from a few promising youth about what gets them interested in politics. And without further ado, we'll do a pledge and a prayer. We have Ryan Fish and Ashley Fish doing the pledge of allegiance.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I was going to ask you to stand and remove your hats, your beanies, and your hoodies since we're in Oregon. And join me and my son for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have youth pastor Isaiah Turner, or Lee, I think, I heard you. Prayer? Yes, Isaiah, sweet.
This was better. That's scary. This one worse than if you guys can, just to show honor to the Lord our God, if you can, please take off your hats and just bow your heads, close your eyes, and show honor to Him. Lord, we thank you guys so much for this night, where we can come together in unity underneath your banner, and we can discuss these issues that you've laid on our hearts and on our minds. God, we pray that the conversations here would be meant for unity, Lord God. The words would not be of our own hearts, which are so sinful and so wicked, but Lord, they be actually a gift from your Holy Spirit, and the words that come forth from us would actually be words of life to upbuild one another, also, Lord God, to be able to resolve the issues we see in our community, in our state, and even our nation today. God, we pray, Lord, you please would continue to bless this nation as you have for generations, Lord God. We thank you for the freedom and the prosperity we lived in, but we ask, Lord God, that your will be done ultimately on this earth. And Lord, we pray, Jesus, that your gospel would continue to spread. And God, this would be an event where your glory is proclaimed throughout the airwaves, throughout just this moment right here in this building. We love you, we thank you, and praise you. We ask, God, that this would be a fun, healthy time, Lord God. And in your name we pray these things. Amen.
Amen.
Sorry, I'm just checking the live stream here. There's no video, just audio. It's the opposite way around. All right, I'm going to begin with some quick bios to introduce our candidates. Then I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to introduce yourselves, tell the audience a little bit about the campaign. We have a little over an hour for this forum, and a lot of ground to cover. From border security to economic freedom to parental rights and election integrity. So please keep your answers as concise as possible. Leave a little time on the clock if you can, so we can go through every topic. I'm looking at you, Brandon. All right. Community advice. Starting all the way on the far left, we have Joey Perkins. Please welcome our Republican candidate for U.S. Senate, Joey Perkins. She is a lifelong Oregonian, businesswoman, and former secretary of the Oregon Republican Party. Joey is running on strong conservative principles, election integrity with voter ID and paper ballots, public safety, border security, and most important, putting America first for Oregon families.
Is that okay? I think there's some people out there. See y'all out there. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I really appreciate it. Many of you may remember me. I was the senator nominee in 2022 and in 2020 against Jeff Merkley. And I'm going to retire Jeff Merkley this time. I'm going to do a small correction on the bio. I'm not a lifelong Oregonian. I was born in Virginia. My dad was in the Navy. Parents divorced. Mom married another Navy man, and he was stationed in Vallejo, California, and then in Long Beach. So I did grow up in California. I had no control investment, real estate, insurance. I've been in sales. I've done so many things. But what I'm doing now is the calling that God placed on my life several years ago. In fact, it was 2009, January 8th. I know where I was. Sorry, I'm going to tear up because it just hits me so much when I think about that night. You all know what the problems are, and I don't need to go through them all, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't concerned about the direction of not only our state, but our amazing country. And it is time, it's past time, that we get true constitutional conservative people in office that are going to fight for your rights according to what the Constitution says, and make sure that the federal government is only doing what they're supposed to do. So those are things I'm very, very passionate about. One of the things I'm hoping that we'll get to, but just in case we don't, when it comes to sanctuary state, if you guys will go to my website, hopefully you grab your brochure. If not, I'll make sure you get one. JoRayPerkins.com. I have a whole 9-page paper on state sovereignty and how to fix it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Monique Despain. Please welcome our Republican candidate for Oregon's 4th Congressional District. I'll give you a really nice intro, I promise. A retired 30-year U.S. Air Force colonel and JAG officer, Monique is a proven conservative leader, attorney, and single mom committed to securing our border, backing law enforcement, ending failed housing-first policies, and restoring economic opportunity for rural Oregon families. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. You are discerning voters, and I ask you to get out and talk to 100 people, each one of you, to get the word out. We have to explain sometimes the 4th district. We have 6 districts in Oregon. The 4th district is geographically the most beautiful. The whole southwest corner, we have 7 counties in our district. We have 6 districts, 6 Congress people, only 1 Republican. The other 5 are off the rail, off the liberals. And do you know that we are represented in the 4th district by a socialist Democrat? Val Boyle. She votes 96% of the time in Congress with AOC. I'm Monique Despain. I'm a retired Air Force colonel and an attorney and a mom of 2 young men. My twin boys are 27. They have great jobs. They're all set in life to achieve the American dream. And I'm motivated to run for this office because I know my family and your families are not represented by a socialist. I am running on the same platform I ran in 2024. Economic prosperity for this district that was once so rich with timber resources and jobs, and I could go on about that. Also running on public safety. Everybody's fed up with the crime, the addiction, the mentally ill. They're not being protected from themselves and others. I stand for law enforcement every chance, every opportunity I get, as opposed to our current congresswoman. And we all deserve a transparent and accountable government. Those are the reasons I'm running. You can learn more about it on our website at moneforcongress.com. In 2024, we started a movement, and this community sent a loud, resounding message to Val Webb that she's fired and she doesn't represent us. So let's take it home and win in November. There are 3 things you can do. We need dollars, we need door knockers, and we need all of you to get people registered to vote.
So I forgot to tell some house rules in the beginning. We've got the timer over there, and it's working now, so when the time's up. And we also have cue cards in the front to our right for you guys. And there's 30 seconds and then stop. So thank you guys. You were actually both very prompt, so we're glad. All right, up next, please welcome Claire Living. She is the Republican candidate for state representative in House District 9. She is a 7th-generation Oregonian raised on her family's logging and ranching operation. Claire served in Republican offices in Salem and D.C., fighting for rural jobs and natural resources. A proud pro-life conservative, she stands for limited government, no new taxes, strong education, and traditional values. Claire and her husband Brody live outside Elmira and are ready to bring
drag the floor fight out and make it as painful as possible. Outside of my professional experience, I'm a court-appointed special advocate in Lake County for kids that have been victims of abuse and neglect. My priorities in this race are very simple. We've got to develop real solutions to our cost of living problem. We have to make it so that our businesses continue to operate and thrive here. We've got to prioritize public safety and ensure that that's reflected in our state budget. And we have to get our kids' education system back on track. We are absolutely failing them. If there's anything I want you to take away tonight, it's that my values are your values. I'm the only candidate in this race who works by working right to life. Very proud of that. I am a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. I have my concealed carry. I grew up hunting and fishing with my dad. And I also was a three-sport varsity athlete, played a year of college softball, and we need to protect women's sports. Thank you.
Next, please welcome Troy Cribbins, Republican candidate for state representative in House District 9. A lifelong Cruz County conservative with deep family roots in Deer Ridge, Troy earned his doctorate in physical therapy, built a successful local business, and now serves as administrator for Pacific Home Health and Hospice. Elected to Coos Bay City Council in 2024, he fights for limited government, local control, Second Amendment rights, lower taxes, and protecting our timber and fishing heritage. Troy is here to put Coos County families first. Thank you, Troy.
Thank you, everybody that came out tonight. I think there's going to be some common themes as we all go across here. I think what many of us are tired of seeing is the state's foot on our throats. My focus going to Salem is I want to change the focus for economic development. I feel like economic development is kind of the working engine that can help us strive to improve many of those other issues that we're dealing with: infrastructure, public safety, education, healthcare. All of those things are being strangled because our local businesses are not allowed to grow and prosper. We're not allowed to have industry here to provide living wage jobs, so that we do have people that can afford to buy homes, that have commercial insurance, that can get great health care, and so that we can have general funds that can improve our education and our roads. All of those things are linchpin on our ability to grow our local economy. Claire's right, this community has wonderful timber resources. I want to see us return sustainable, healthy harvests. We, living in this community, are the best stewards of our resources. I'd like to see our fishing industries return to good harvests. And I feel like the state has, at some point the federal government as well, has knocked those out underneath us. And now I feel like they're heading for our small businesses. We need to go up. I want to take my experience in business. I want to take my experience in being in our local community, waking up every day and seeing the devastating effects that overburdensome taxing and regulatory policies of our state have done to our community, and I want to reverse that. I also realize, objectively, we're in the supermajority minority, so we're not going to go up there and flip the switch. But we do have to be in the room, arguing for the things that are important to us. I'd like your support to go up and lead that voice forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Please welcome Randy Martindale, candidate for Cruz County Commissioner. A logger's daughter, systems thinker, and collaborative leader with over a decade of experience in business planning, compliance, regulatory management, and executive coaching. She's running to restore fiscal responsibility, bring full government transparency, prioritize law enforcement and public safety, and support our rural economy with common sense stewardship. Thank you, Randy.
County as your commissioner. I'll tell you a little bit about how I got here on the stage. I graduated high school in the early 2000s, 2001, and promptly moved to Yuma, Arizona, where I lived on Marine Corps Air Station and lifeguarded for a few years there while I got my sociology. After finishing up, I moved to Brooklyn, New York. I lived in Brooklyn for a year. It wasn't quite my speed, so after about a year, I packed up and moved to Queens. If you've ever visited New York, Queens is worth visiting. They have miles and miles of greenways that go all through the city. While I was there, I got a bachelor's degree in sociology and minor in psychology. And I was accepted to Columbia University after I finished up my time there in New York. My master's degree is in social organizational psychology. And so, yes, I'm a systems thinker. I spent my early career days as a systems analyst for a nonpartisan political organization. I worked in executive coaching, organizational design, and development. When I moved back on the West Coast, I wanted to be closer to my family, so I thought I would work on the coast in Seattle. It ended up too far away. So I moved back with no idea what I was going to do with myself. What the heck does an organizational consultant do in Coos County? Well, it turns out a lot. My skill set is easily transferable to a career in life and health coaching. So I took what I'd been doing for businesses and I applied it to the health and well-being, excuse me, of my clients. I would like to bring that to Coos County. I want to bring health with your vote. Hopefully I can make that happen for us. Thank you.
Still having live stream issues with audio, so we're trying to get little mics and see if that works. All right, are you ready? Joining us for Commissioner is Rick Coleman, a proud Coos County conservative and active Republican leader. He's running to deliver accountable spending, full support for our elected sheriff, stronger public safety, and practical American first solutions that put taxpayers and families first. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you all for coming out to see us tonight. I'm Richard Coleman. I go by Rick. I am a third-generation Coos County resident. Closer. Closer. Oh, there you go. Anyway, as I was saying, I am a third-generation resident here in the county. What I do, I'm heavy equipment in East County. Worked at Johnson Rockland for about 14 years. I have a proud Army veteran, served 7 years for our country. And what my goals are, number one, probably is public safety. I think that should be the first thing funded in our county budget, and the last thing that we all deserve to feel safe. After that would be, thank you. Transparency and making sure our budget is always balanced. Not it. Hopefully with your votes, I can get in there and see if I can do more. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. All right, thank you, everybody. Now we're going to move into the Q&A section. I'm going to ask several questions on conservative issues facing our communities. We're looking for detailed, principle-driven answers. Please keep them concise. Yes, I'm doing great at it. And if you can't get a little time on the clock, we're already like 2 minutes behind. That's my fault. We're going to change it up though a few times with some fun rapid-fire sections. It's just going to be yes or no answers. I'll get to that later. We're going to go all the way back in the beginning to Joe Ray. Joe Ray Perkins. Federal overreach has locked up Oregon timber reserves for far too long.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Yeah, I'm not going to get you, Mike. I'm going to repeat it. Sorry. Distracted. Federal overreach has locked up Oregon timber reserves for far too long. Drawing on conservative principles of stewardship and economic freedom, what specific steps would you take in Congress to streamline permitting, repeal burdensome regulations, and prioritize Oregon's timber industry so our communities can thrive while protecting our forests for future
says that the federal government committed of 10 square miles, which is Washington, D.C., postal roads, and land for forts, ports, and other naval buildings. Nowhere in the Constitution, or where it says that the federal government can own all of that land. I believe that land needs to be returned back to the people. We all know that with the reduced harvest of the forest, that the fires have exploded. It doesn't take rocket science, and it doesn't take environmental scientists to figure that out. And this idea of just letting the forest burn because they're struck by lightning, I think is completely ludicrous. So I think we need to get this land back into private hands as much as we possibly can, and open up the fisheries. People that are in the fishing industry, they're not going to fish until there are no fish. That makes no sense. And I think that fish are pretty good at reproducing themselves. They've kind of been at it for a lot longer than we've been alive. So again, we have to get the federal government and the state government's hands off the land that we should be able to work and to harvest and create jobs and increase the economy.
Well, this is the issue in our district. Joey is correct. An amazing over 60% of the forests in our forest district are federally mismanaged, federally owned and mismanaged, and we need to return to common sense. Now, on my website, I actually just issued 2 press releases, and I wrote an opinion piece that was printed in Roseburg just this week on this very issue. This never before have we had the opportunities we have now to reform the federal policy around our forests in the 4th district, and I'm going to be the advocate for the 4th in Congress that says we need to reform our access to ONC lands. Cliff Benz, the only other Republican in the congressional delegation who needs a layman, has just advanced legislation to re-clarify the intent of ONC lands and how they were intended to fund our schools and our infrastructure and all law enforcement, all the things that our local government, the Oregon State Legislature and our congressional delegation, they turn to you to pay for the gap left by the hundreds of millions of dollars in timber receipts that used to come into our 4th district, every county. It's jaw-dropping how much money has been lost. And so I will support and advance any policies that take away the roadless rules. I actually filed a public comment on that. Not reforming them, so to get back to the original intent, we've completely abandoned the law, really. Right now, we're going to be harvesting more than we are, and I will be filing to turn that around and get back to responsibly managing our forests. There's no one who with a straight face could say that what we're doing right now is working. Mega fires, the so-called protected species, are burning alive in our forests, and jobs are gone. When Maya Perlin talks about timber, she acts like a natural disaster came through, but it was federal policy, and I'll be the one to reform that.
This question is for Clarendon and Trevor Griffins. I'll start with Claire. Coos Bay and coastal communities continue to battle visible homelessness, addiction, and related crime. House Bill 3115 gave local governments tools for time and place restrictions on camping. In your view, has this measure been effective so far? What additional conservative solutions, rooted in personal responsibility, stronger enforcement of existing laws, mental health accountability, and local partnerships, would you champion to clear the streets, protect taxpayers, and restore public safety without expanding government-funded encampments?
Well, I would just say House Bill 3115, which essentially legalized tent cities here in Oregon, has been devastating. We've heard that from our city officials, we've heard that from our county officials, and that originated a case. Started in the city of Grants Pass and made it all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the U.S. Supreme Court decided that our cities and our counties have the right to manage the homelessness situation as they see fit. Unfortunately, even though the U.S. Supreme Court said that, the city of Grants Pass and cities like Coos Bay, North Bend, Florence, it has to be repealed, period. And Oregon Business and Industry, our largest lobbying organization made up of the biggest businesses and corporations in our state, have started an initiative petition to try to put this on the ballot, which we've seen through the recent gas tax referendum can be very successful. And so I'm hopeful that they decide to move forward with that and fund that, because I believe Oregonians are going to make their voices heard at the ballot on this issue if given the opportunity.
Yeah, 3115 is a disaster. On top of that, speaking at the city council, we also have camping ordinances that we're mandated to follow. And the frustrating part of that is I think as humans, we all have some empathy for that. But at some point, taking care of those individuals who are struggling with whatever they're struggling with shouldn't affect those of us who get up and go to work on a daily basis. I also think that, you know, my foundational belief is that anything that the government can do, private citizens can do better. So my belief is we can have private foundations, our churches, our support groups are better suited to help our local communities and help some of these individuals who are struggling. Now I say that, but we also have to be able to decide between the people that are struggling and those that have figured out a way to help the system. And we don't do that. It's all got thrown in the same pot. And I think it makes a difference. So we do need to repeal that. We do need to make it stronger that our communities can be self-determined. We know better in our community how to deal with those individual situations. And the more that we can repeal the state's control and authority of what we're doing in our local communities, the quicker and easier it will be to help us solve those problems. Measure 114 was another example of a cart before the horse. Whether that was put out as, you know, in a good idea, how we're going to help the local mental health communities and our local communities, it was a disaster as well. All it did is caused our police force, our public safety institutes, much more headaches and much more strain on their forces that they couldn't really afford to sustain. Those types of overreaching policies, we have to work every day as Republicans to repeal, stop, or at a minimum, stay there.
We're going to switch it up. We're going to move to this rapid fire round. I'm going to fire on a series of yes or no questions. This one's for Brandon here. They're going to be basic bedrock conservative principles. Please answer yes, no. No explanation, no extra words. We're going to see how many we can get through for each of you in 2 minutes. Let's let Oregon voters see exactly what they're saying. Brandon, do you support full cooperation with federal immigration agencies such as ICE?
Yes.
Do you support term limits for Cruz County commissioners?
Yes.
We need the time. 2 minutes, sorry. Yeah, sorry. We're going to get 2 minutes. Do you support prioritizing county funding for law enforcement, jail capacity, and emergency services before any new spending?
Yes.
Do you support live streaming all county meetings and posting clear budget dashboards online?
Yes.
Do you support requiring voter ID and same-day in-person voting at the local level where possible?
Yes.
Would you vote to cut regulatory red tape to attract new businesses and support local timber and port jobs?
Yes.
I made these too easy. Should Cruz County prioritize responsible timber harvesting and wildfire prevention over additional environmental regulations?
Yes.
Do you believe urban renewal agencies are hurting rather than helping local communities and should be reformed or eliminated?
Yes.
That was it. I thought that would take longer. That was a 1 minute round. Keep it quiet. Do you support full cooperation with federal immigration agencies such as ICE?
Absolutely.
Do you support term limits for Cruz County commissioners?
Yes.
Do you support prioritizing county funding for law enforcement, jail capacity, and emergency services before any new spending?
Yes.
Do you support live streaming all county meetings and posting clear budget dashboards online?
Yes.
I should have made these juicier. Sorry. But they're good questions. These are good things. All right. Do you support requiring voter ID and same-day in-person voting at the local level where possible?
Yes.
Would you vote to cut regulatory red tape to attract new businesses and support local timber and port jobs?
Yes.
Should Cruz County prioritize responsible timber harvesting and wildfire prevention over new additional environmental regulations?
Yes.
And lastly, do you believe urban renewal agencies are hurting rather than helping local communities and should be reformed or eliminated?
Yes.
Next time, I swear, guys, we're going to get some Democrats in here to change it up. Thank you, guys. First time we're doing that. We're going to come right back to you guys, actually, with long-form actions. This one, I'm going to go back to Brady because we're going to break it. How would you balance the county budget while addressing key priorities like public safety, which is severely underfunded in part?
That's a tricky question. I'll do my best to answer it. One of the things that we can do to combat crime, and this is an idea I have, it sounds like speaking to people in our county, it could work. We have an opportunity to bring behavioral treatment services, drug addiction, behavioral rehabilitation services into jail. So if our jail system partnered with that, jail has a space. We need space to treat people in inpatient treatment. DAP has the money, the area first step has the money. So if we can get those organizations to overlap and kind of collaborate together to provide services, I think we can provide a better service for actually less money. So basically, we're doing more for money there. I think that's how we balance our budget. We look at where we can overlap services. It's called a multiplier effect. We have services that work together, so if you get more together than you get from each individual product alone, or each individual service alone. So if we're looking at public safety, that's a good way to actually rehabilitate people, because what we have right now is rehabilitation, right? People go in, they come out, and commit the exact same crimes because they don't know any other way to live. Some of them do have drug addiction problems as well on top of that, but all of them have behavioral problems. All of them need to learn a habit of literally going up, getting up and going to work every day. And so by teaching those habits, again, habit change coach, that's what I do. We're looking at creating systems that actually rehabilitate people. When we close that revolving door, we shore up our budget. We protect ourselves by getting healthy, by getting our habits right. That we cannot keep pumping more money into a system that is failing. So the solution to balancing our budget is going to be changing the way we live. We need to change the way we eat. We have to change the way we treat each other.
Operator, second question. How would you balance the county budget while addressing key priorities like public safety, which is severely underfunded in part?
Tough question. Well, I have to agree with Randy. I think there's a lot of overlap, and departments working together can help. I do believe you get more for your money that way. I'm not sure totally where else we would get some other funding, but public safety should be funded first, and then we'll see what we can do with the rest.
Very good. We're going to move on to Troy and Claire, especially for located in Southern Troy. Republicans believe, as stated in our platform, that every human life has inherent dignity beginning at conception. Recent 2026 legislation, House Bill 4127, directed nearly $9 million in taxpayer dollars to Planned Parenthood affiliates, and House Bill 488 expanded shield wall protections for out-of-state abortion providers directly contrary to that principle? If elected, what concrete steps will you take to block or repeal taxpayer funding of abortion at any level and advance legislation that protects the unborn here in Oregon?
Well, my personal belief with my faith is that life is the most precious thing God gives us. And I see it every day in my children and my spouse and my community. I think that in counsel with my pastor in this conversation, it is we believe that there is an end. I also think that the government should be in this business. This is between you and your God and family and physician. From a concrete standpoint of legislation, I would support legislation that put restrictions on what abortion was and how accessible it was. I want it to be safe, and I want it to be accessible, and I want it to be rare. And I think it's one of those really difficult issues, and frankly, I know what I believe, but I'm also not a female. I am not subject to that directly. Indirectly, it clearly affects me. How at least my belief system affects me. From a legislative standpoint, I would support legislation that put some strong limits on that. That's it.
Well, thank you for the question, and I will give you my perspective as a pro-life woman. In Oregon, abortion is legal through all 9 months of pregnancy up until the moment of birth, after the age of 15 without parental consent. That's wrong. Over 80% of abortions in this state are funded by taxpayer dollars. I am not okay with that. I would have fought to the tooth and the nail, as did Representative Cooper Wright, to ensure that we were not giving $9 million, and I believe now up to the tune of $25 million of your taxpayer dollars to Planned Parenthood. They are some of the largest political donors to the Democrat Party in this state. That's wrong. I will fight that whenever possible, and I am a strong supporter. We saw legislation forced onto the House floor this past session to ensure that babies born alive after an abortion would receive the life-saving care that any other baby would receive. Democrats voted that down on the House floor. They didn't give that bill a hearing, and then they voted to say, no, we don't believe those babies have inherent rights if they are born alive after an abortion. You can count on me to be a strong advocate for life, and I really appreciate your support. Thank you.
I guess we'll start with me. And again, this one might only take a minute or two, but this should be simple. I thought it'd be fun. Is it fun? Is this a good idea? Yeah. Are you guys having fun? I'm not. Thank you all. All right, Mimi, do you support requiring photo ID for casting a ballot in elections?
Absolutely.
Should there be more limits and regulations on firearms?
No.
Do you support term limits for members of Congress?
Yes.
Should we cut federal funding to schools pushing critical race theory?
Should we defund schools pushing critical race theory? Yes, we should defund schools doing that.
Do you support school choice so education dollars follow the child to public, private, or homeschool?
Yes.
support President Trump, and did you vote for him in the last election?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Should we eliminate funding for woke programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy to lower inflation for working families?
What was the last part? Lower inflation?
Eliminate funding and then for those programs which would lower inflation for working families. The concept is that funding those programs has caused inflation. All right. Do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment?
Yes.
And lastly, should Congress defund and investigate any federal agencies that have been weaponized against conservative Americans?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I don't have a great sheet, so I don't know if you're asking. They sound like they're interested. Joe Ray, do you support requiring photo ID for casting a ballot in elections?
Absolutely.
By the way, I'm going to do a quick pitch. There's a vote by end vote by mail petition. If you go to nvbn.com, you can sign a petition to help end vote by mail. Should there be more limits and regulations on firearms?
No.
Thank you. Do you support term limits for members of Congress?
I wrote a really bill to do so, yes.
Appreciate it. Sounds like a validation. Should we cut federal funding to schools pushing critical race theory?
What's that? Should we
cut?
cut federal? Yes.
Yes. Do you support school choice so education dollars follow the child to public, private, or homeschool?
100%. Yes.
Should we drill baby drill to lower gas and electricity prices for Oregon families? Should we, this is a President Trump, he goes drill baby drill. Should we drill baby drill to lower gas and electricity prices for Oregon families? She said, heck yes, all right. Do you support President Trump, and did you vote for him in the last election?
3 times, yes.
Appreciate it. Should we eliminate funding for vote programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy in order to lower inflation for Oregon families?
Yes.
Do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment?
Yes.
Should Congress defund and investigate any federal agencies that have been weaponized against conservative Americans?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to stick with you guys. We're going to go back to Monique. Representative Val Hoyle, your opponent, has criticized federal law enforcement operations like ICE raids in Oregon and joined statements attacking officers during recent enforcement actions. As our next U.S. representative and a retired Air Force colonel, how would you fight in the House to fully fund Border Patrol and local law enforcement, end sanctuary-style policies, stop cartel-driven crime, and ensure criminals face real consequences so our neighborhoods are safe again?
I get 1 minute.
You get to
For that. You are 100% correct. Our representative in Congress is attacking law enforcement all the time. Not only Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Department of Homeland Security, she actually just recently voted to defund it when our country is literally under attack from that local border policy that she also voted for. She also attacks local police. She attacks Eugene police. And I am doing work already to raise awareness about our current Congresswoman and state my position in defense of law enforcement and commending them for the sacrifices they make to protect our communities on unbelievably limited budgets, especially the sheriff's office, which would be resolved by those timber receipts that I referenced earlier. Also something that the bill votes against. I mean, when you look at her votes, it's really, you just gotta ask, like, why do you think America? And it's that extreme. Our votes are for criminals, against law enforcement, and against the return to economic prosperity that would fund law enforcement. So if you follow my social media and my efforts to raise awareness with the press, I call her out every time on congressional letterhead. She will actually condemn the efforts of ICE to deal with the damages caused by the treasonous behavior of President Biden and her votes in Congress when our border was open, invited cartels and so many dangerous people that have no business being here, killing Americans. So I stand up now and speak out. I hope that you guys are seeing that on my website, womenforcongress.com, and on my social media. And I'm proud to be the one voice sticking up for law enforcement. Literally in Eugene, there was our Eugene police were for a year using license plate readers, and they arrested several Colombian cartel members. I'm pretty sure nobody likes to say it, but very organized crime, robbing Americans. And I stuck up for the police while our congresswoman condemned them.
Very quickly, similar question. Public safety is the government's fundamental responsibility, and Oregon deserves streets where families feel safe. What congressional actions will you take to strengthen partnerships between federal, state, and local law enforcement, rejecting defunding efforts and prioritizing accountability so that public safety becomes a top priority that unites us all?
The number one job of the government is to protect the citizens, protect the people. A lot of these crimes that are happening, it's coming from a couple of different prongs. One, people that have entered the country illegally, which is why I wrote a 9-page paper to end their sanctuary state status and also end sanctuary city status. It's an invasion into our country. But it's not just an invasion from those who have entered illegally or unlawfully. It's an invasion of people that have been brainwashed by liberals in our colleges, our universities, our schools. Excuse me. It's not President Trump calling. You already talked to me. Anyway, sorry. So we need to make sure that our law enforcement is taken care of, that they've got the right funding, and we need to make sure that the states and the cities and the counties can no longer pass laws that are keeping the federal government from doing their lawful job. I have a book here, Ring the Alarm Bells, The 10 Rules of Trump's Authoritarian Playbook by Jeff Merkley, of all people. That's why I brought it. He's talking about what the president can and cannot do as far as doing things that would can only be done if there is a rebellion. Well, there is a rebellion. When we've got American citizens that are burning the American flag, that are saying death to America, that are going against what is normal for everyday people that want to live their lives in peace and be able to go to work and let their children play in the parks and not have to worry about them. There's a rebellion in this country. First of all, we need to pray about that. We need God to intervene, and we need to make sure that our law enforcement is taken care of.
We're going to do a rapid fire with better than we're actually going to start this with Troy. All right. Troy, do you believe men can become women or vice versa?
Biology is one man, one female.
Do you believe illegal immigrants should be eligible for programs funded by taxpayers?
I do not.
Do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment?
I do.
Should we eliminate funding for woke programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy to lower inflation for working families?
Yes.
you support school choice so education dollars follow the
Yes.
enthusiastic yes. Do you support any sanctuary policies in Oregon requiring full cooperation of parents?
I'm supporting cooperation. Is a yes. Yes.
Do you support President Trump, and did you vote for him in the last election?
I did.
Should we decriminalize public hard drug use and trafficking instead of housing first?
Yes.
Should Oregon eliminate mail-in voting and require same-day in-person voting with photo ID and proof of citizenship?
Sorry, no.
I think I asked that. Yes, I did. Thank you, Taylor. For clarity, do you believe men can become women or vice versa?
No.
I can't believe I have to ask that question. Do you support any sanctuary policies in Oregon requiring full cooperation of parents?
Yes.
Should we decriminalize public hard drug use and trafficking instead of housing first?
Yes.
Do you support President Trump, and did you vote for him in the last election?
Yes.
Should Oregon eliminate mail-in voting and require same-day in-person voting with photo ID and proof of citizenship?
If I have to show my ID to buy my Quil, I should have to show my ID to vote.
Do you support school choice so education dollars follow the child to public-private work?
Yes.
Those two enthusiastic yeses. Should we eliminate funding for road programs, DEI initiatives, and unnecessary bureaucracy to lower inflation for working families?
Yes.
Do you believe that illegal immigrants should be eligible for programs funded by taxpayers?
No.
And do you oppose any new gun control laws that infringe on the Second Amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Randy, long form writers. Long as students is not. We're going to start with Rick Evans. What is one concrete, achievable step you will take in your first year as Coos County Commissioner to deliver real results for families and taxpayers, whether it's transparency, public safety, or efficient services? Essentially, what is one thing you feel you can reasonably accomplish in your first year in office?
Probably the easiest thing there would be transparency. Make sure everybody knows what's going on down there, and how we're conducting business. I would say that would be the easiest thing to take care of in the first year.
All right, thank you. Randy, what is one concrete, achievable step you will take in your first year as Coos County Commissioner to deliver real results for families and taxpayers, whether it's transparency, public safety, efficient services, or anything else?
I would say stewardship, absolutely. There's a lot I can get done in my first year. A lot of things at the same time. But I would say one of the priorities I can absolutely get done in the first year is bringing up new leaders here in Coos County. We need more entrepreneurs. We need more business owners. We need more economy. We need more civic engagement. So one of the things I can absolutely accomplish within my first year is lining up multiple candidates who are ready to compete against me in 4 years.
Thank you.
Marshall, and others.
Thank you. Randy, Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help improve and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
So one of the things that we think just amazing is work with the Fockers, the Friends of the Coos County Republic. It's been a wonderful experience for me. I have felt stewarded, protected, encouraged, corrected when I've been wrong, and it's been a wonderful experience. And I really encourage anyone who's interested in getting involved in politics to come and meet the Fockers. They're great. What I've personally been doing is reaching out to people and asking people if they would like an opportunity to, for example, speak publicly at my April 3rd at the Egyptian Theater, presenting on a few political-oriented topics, educational topics. And instead of giving myself the spotlight for the whole 2 hours, I thought, how about have some members from the community step up? Because one of my big platforms is stewardship. We want to see people step up and fulfill their potential, follow their dreams. So one of the ways I can do that is put them on stage. And if anyone's interested, I still have one slot open, making a PowerPoint for you. So I'm doing it right now, soliciting people for our future leaders.
Thank you, Randy. This is actually going to be the final question. We're going to just go right down. Let me know if you can repeat it, and then we'll come back towards me for final closing statements. So, Troy, Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
Honestly, I just try to lead by example. I live my values every day. I try to share those. If someone's interested in that, I try to support them, I encourage them. In my professional capacity, I mentor different students across the spectrum in my business, whether it be nurses or social workers or physical therapists. I'm always excited to have somebody who wants to improve themselves, educate themselves, and participate. So on a daily basis, anyone I encounter, if they're interested, I'd like to mentor them, share with them, and support them.
Thank you, Troy.
Yes, please.
Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
Well, this is what I have spent a good chunk of my career doing. I worked hard in the 2022 election, volunteering for the governor's race to try to bring change then. In 2024, I worked to get a Republican Attorney General elected. Very hard, and I wish the results of that race would have been different because I don't think we see millions in taxpayer dollars spent suing the federal administration by our current Attorney General. I am committed to continuing the work that I have built upon. Whenever possible, I will go out and support our Republican candidates that we need to pick up in swing seats. In addition, how I'm going to use my political brain in the state capitol, how can we, when Democrats don't want to have hearings on bills, how can we make them vote on policies that we know the majority of Oregonians support? So I will continue that work in the state capitol. Thank you.
Monique, Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
That's a great question because it is part of the problem for our district. Republicans need to work together, not undermine each other, not work against each other. But also, what Oregon needs is no more career politicians, people who are nurturing and raising up and supporting good conservative voices, good American voices. Now, we did well in 2024 in this congressional race. We only needed to swing 19,000 votes because we reached beyond the Republican base. And so I like to think that what we need more of are common sense Americans who love their country to tune in and be vigilant and care for our country by voting. And so I call on every Republican to reach beyond party lines. You know, it's not flipping the state red. It's regaining control of our government. The people are leading the government. And so the two-party system is very frustrating for many. So I think we just need to remember we need common sense. We need people who love and care for their communities and the resources in their communities, their schools, everything we've been talking about tonight. And keeping that in mind, you talk to people about the issues, urge them to vote, and you also develop people to run for every office. Because that's where we start first. We get rid of we don't elect people that don't represent our values. So I've been doing that by running. I hope that, you know, my hope is that by securing this congressional seat, I inspire others who have not been political, have not been, you know, I never aspired to politics. In this moment, at this time, I feel uniquely qualified to take out this particular congresswoman who's not good for our district, but all of us have these opportunities at some point in our life, and I want a community that encourages that participation regardless of party affiliation.
Please repeat it. But talk just as little slow as what you
Yeah, it's a bad idea. Oregon needs stronger Republican voices at every level. What are you personally doing or planning to do to help recruit, train, and elect more conservatives across Coos County and the state?
I think it's the hardest question tonight. Just saying. First thing that I've been doing, I'm encouraging everybody to vote. For the last several years, we've been, unfortunately, let something boomerang back on us of frustration with our election system. And so people have to remember, why should I vote if my vote is not going to be counted? If you don't vote, your vote's not going to be counted. We need people to vote. So if we're telling people that are adults that are older, that are younger, that there's a problem, we're sending that message to the younger age. And I think we need to stop doing that and we need to start talking about the importance of a vote and why people should be engaged. One of my campaign team members is in his 30s. His goal for my campaign is to reach out to the younger adults and to start getting them involved. We need to say, look, come alongside. Let me help you. Let me answer some questions for you. My first interest in politics, and I really didn't even realize it until I was just a lot older. I was going to say a little bit older. But I ran for school secretary when I was in high school. And I honestly didn't even realize that was the start of my political career. I didn't know what I did until literally years later. But everybody has an interest. There's something, especially in our young adults, that they're concerned about. And after what happened to Charlie Kirk, there is a huge awakening across this state. I don't know how many of you guys went to some of the vigils for Charlie, but when I went to the ones, there were so many young adults, and they're the ones that we need to reach out to. And I have been reaching out to some of those young adults and saying, hey, join our team. We want to, you know, have you learn how to see things from the inside? Because I see political careers in a lot of these young adults.
Thank you, everyone, for almost our time. We're going to move to closing statements. This is our final opportunity to make your pitch to the voters, to share your vision for restoring Oregon under the foundational conservative principles of life, liberty, limited government, common sense. You'll have about 2 minutes, and we will go over the room. 2 minutes.
Well, this is our moment to really take control of our government at the congressional level, the state and local level. And so, you know, we've been talking about voting and reaching beyond the party lines. People want smaller, efficient government. Go out there and talk to your neighbors and your family members and tell them what that could look like. Look at our yes and no questions, you are describing utopia. Imagine, and it is possible by electing representatives that show up, that answer your questions, that are accessible, and you have choices. I like to say, if you don't change it, you choose it. So in 2024, only 88% of Republicans and Democrats turned out to vote, but only 53% of non-affiliated voters turned out. Let's change that. We can't be complacent. The intended is for us to participate, be the leaders of our communities. So I urge all of you to take on that responsibility. I think we all agree there is so much to work on. Our hands have been tied in running our own state, and that has to end. And we need, in my case, I'm running for this federal position, where you need a representative who understands the issues of the district and is bold enough to stand up and speak up for the people who live here and not be thinking about getting reelected and catering to special interests that fund the campaigns. So I urge you all to reach out to everyone who you're talking about their businesses, their coffee shops, close on weekends. They can't hire new employees. Parents are struggling with homeschooling or having to choose between inadequate, frightening educational arrangements or homeschooling. Those are the things that will get those conversations started, and then you ask, are you voting? And if they don't vote, they're just handing responsibility over to the government, which was never the intent of our great nation.
Well, thank you to Friends of Coos County Republicans. It's been an honor and privilege to be here again today. I really love this part of the state. And thank you to all of you for being here and taking the time to listen to us. It's important that we have civic engagement in what is going on in our country. In 2020, when I ran against Jeff Merkley, I received more votes than any U.S. Senator Republican nominee in Oregon history with 912,814 votes. I did that on $100,000 and just $3 million. When I ran against Ron Wyden 2 years later, I got a higher percentage of the vote and also beat 5 counties that Jeff Merkley had. I'm here to do it again, and this will bring home the win for Oregonians. We've got to have somebody in Washington, D.C. and the Senate side that is going to fight for all of our rights, not just for Oregon, but across this country, because remember, every vote that those of us at the federal level make affects pretty much the entire country. And I think it's really important that we focus on those areas. I've already talked about the sanctuary state status. I've written a proposed bill to fix Medicare issues. I have my insurance license. I've been working with people that have Medicare policies. I've already written a bill that would limit members of Congress to 12 years in Washington, D.C. combined. I've written a bill on health insurance. I'm looking at some more bills to write about veterans and how to help them with their homelessness and help them transition from the military into public or private life. It is so important. I love this country, and I love this state. And as I alluded to earlier, I'm a solid constitutionalist, and I love this country, and I will do everything in my power and with the strength that God gives me to fight as long as I can, not only for your children and your grandchildren and mine, but for all those future generations to come. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for having me tonight. This week I was touring a mill in No Time, which is in House District 9. And the owners of that mill said to me, if we could pick up the dumb fur and move them to Idaho, we probably would. But we are blessed to live in the most beautiful state with the most abundant natural resources that I've grown up in, and I've grown up with a family that knows how to steward them. We have to make Oregon a place where businesses like that mill can continue to operate. Our cat tax is devastating. It's a hidden sales tax that's being passed along to every consumer. The day after I was at that mill, I met with companies in the world literally has his business in Reedsport, Oregon. How cool is that? We have so much opportunity here on the Oregon coast. I am disappointed that our legislature continues to prioritize the wrong things. They have initiated a clean fuels program that means that everyone in this room is paying 22 to 23 cents more per gallon on every single gallon that we are all buying at the gas pump. When it comes to public safety, we're spending double what we're spending for our state police on non-citizen health care. And when it comes to education, we are ranking 50th in the nation for fourth grade reading scores. And during the last fall session, what did the legislature prioritize? Mandating climate change curriculum in our classrooms. Yeah. I am here to be a voice and a fighter in Salem to continue along the wonderful legacy of Representative Wright, who has been a steadfast leader for our conservative values in Salem, and I would love to ask each of you in this room for your vote.
It's been a great event. It's been really nice to see across the community, federal, state, and local. And there is a common theme. We may vary a little bit differently in our responses, but everyone up on the stage truly cares about this area and our community. I live in this community. I've lived here for 20 years. I have 20 years of healthcare experience. I have 15 to 20 years of either owning or running a business. I have years of representation on the city council of this community. I wake up every day and see the devastating results that the overreaching, overburdensome, taxing, and regulatory environment of our state has an effect on our community. It began with the timber industry, it's transferred into the fishing industry, and now they're pushing out for small businesses. I would like to take my experience in business to go to Salem to start to roll back some of those regulatory processes. For me, fundamentally, if we have a healthy, strong economy, and each and every one of the people in this room and in our entire community deserves to be able to afford to buy a home, send their kids through college, and prepare themselves for retirement. And that's getting harder and harder to do because of all the regulations. I want to get our economy thriving. That is the basis and the foundation of being able to improve everything else that we have. That helps our infrastructure, that helps our health systems, and helps our education systems. But we've got to start by improving our business economy and getting the state off our foot. Thank you. I would love you to visit my website, troyrivers.com. Reach out to me. I am in this community. If you don't know where I live, many of you probably do. If you know my phone number is look at it. I will talk to anyone, anytime about anything, and I would really appreciate your work for this next stage. Thank you.
So thank you for taking time. Thank you guys for coming out. This is what matters. Civic engagement. You guys are showing up, you're here present, you're actively engaged. This is what it's going to take. A few themes that we've all mentioned: voter participation. We do have a primary election coming up. We've got some big ticket items on it. I'm on that ballot. I think it's a big deal. With all of these folks on the ballot as well. But there's also a large gas tax coming up on this ballot. And so it's important that we get people out to vote. We are 21% Democrat, around 32% Republican, and we are 38% non-affiliated. So if we want to make change, we need to get people to cast their ballots. A lot of them are conservatives. It happens when people become disengaged. So my primary goal, running for commissioner, and I'm not running against Ray, I don't know if I made that clear, but I am running for C2 against John Sweet. And while I don't have anything bad to say about my opponent, I will say that I think I bring something that he can't offer, that Hughes County desperately needs. A different perspective on the way we handle, the way we've been doing things. We have to focus on not just funding services. We have to focus on the root cause of needing services. So why do people use the ambulance to the point where they're bankrupt in the ambulance? Because we mentioned OHP is underfunding our medical institutions. So we've got to make big changes. It's going to be tough. As a commissioner, I do bring a different perspective, or from a systems perspective, and a habit change approach. So what that means is bringing up leaders who are going to represent that change that we need to be, because the government is coming. They're just not coming to save us. We can't trust the state. We can't hammer the state. We're going to have to solve these problems here. So the social problems that we have require more money pumped into the system. We have to deal with those. And I hope you will vote for me to give me the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
First of all, thank you all for coming out and listening to us tonight. It's been an honor to be up here and answer some questions and give us a little bit of insight into who we are. I got involved. I never planned on being in politics. I just sitting around, sitting at home, seeing things that I didn't really like, and I kind of figured out the only way to make a change is to get up and get involved. This is a little bit more involved than I ever expected to see myself. But here I am. So I hope I can get a vote for it. Thank you.
I've got a couple more things for you guys before we switch over, take a break and switch over to the governor debate. Let's give another huge round of applause for our candidates.
These people are taking their time out of their lives. They're not getting paid for this, but this is really giving of self, and this is really important. And I'm going to tell you, we can take this state over if we start at the ground level and work up. And right now, we need as many PCPs, which is the entry level. They're the sounding boards. They're the people out there that are going with door knockers and getting out to vote. We need people to start standing up. If you're not a PCP at this point, we can still get you in as a write-in. And please come up to me or anyone else in our Friends of Coos County Republicans. Come up to us and we'll help you figure it out. And we are also help with our candidates as much as we can. Make sure you fund these people because we have to get Republicans in office. And this is our main goal as Republicans, is get PCPs all the way up to the top level. So we start engaging in our own government and taking things over. Thank you.
If you have any clips, email it to me. social media, mostly on X right now. I get on my social media. I actually have gone through Facebook ago and through social through the fifth rule, and on X I've gone through the sixth rule, and I've gone answering every single one of those. I didn't get a chance to talk about the due process. I mean, that one I shred him on his due process, and we're putting it out there. So many people, especially. Well, share. I'm on Facebook. My Facebook, if we're not friends, send me a friend request because I'm not accepting new ones. Send it to me, not so my timeline and my page both. So all of the rules on this, I'm double posting so we get out there.
Yeah, they need to know
Give me your name one more time. Leslie Jones. Got it. Okay. Sometimes takes 3 or 4 times.
That's all right. That's okay.
Yeah, but so yeah.
This is why I got involved with all this in the first place, because I can't stand what's going on. And
we're still talking, so yes, later. Well,
I was asked by a national scientist, and then I called my son and said they've asked me to run it on you guys to do it. I don't have a son. He said, Mom, well, it takes one person to change the world. And I can do it now.
I have another person who's, so this is, to me, this is really good. This is yeah, juice and they did it.
For 30 years, for 20 years, I volunteered for that. I've been 20 years as a team, as an emergency nurse in our small hospitals. I'm somebody that's county committed to you. What I'd like to know is there's a shout out. You can't take much time, but is there something you want most from your work when I show up at the office? What do you want to happen with? Transparency. Transparency. Okay, so my list is open the doors so y'all can come in. Unlawful. For some transparency. So transparency. I've got research to do. I've got an invitation to go to another county who has pulled this off to mail. So, I'm on the ballot there for the
They wanted me to pay $1,700 for that.
We tried to pay for it, and they said, oh my God, our car drive crashed and we don't have it. So we had to take it to court. I said, rerun the election so I could get the images. Basically, in court, they said on the record, we cannot rerun an election with the same ballots, the same machines, the same software, and get the same result. And I said, that's really bizarre that you can't rerun an election and get the same result. So that's where all I want to do is clean up the rules, become transparent, put all our election data, all the stuff online so you can review it and you can make sure that we're doing the right thing. I'm ready for Monday.
All right, we've got 3 speakers that will,
Now we're going to close Windows software.
and then I'll give us about a 5-10 minute break for the members of the day. Our first speaker is Wyatt Cortez. He is a Riverview High School student who shoots track on the school's team and enjoys practicing jiu-jitsu. Wyatt is a community-minded young man, active in his church youth group, and a serious student of art. He is a caring, proactive, and deeply devoted member of his family. That is what motivates Wyatt to speak to you today. Please give him a big welcome.
Thank you guys for having me here today. Well, good evening. So I'm going to talk about the education system. A lot of the candidates talk about that. And I don't think they completely cover the full damage that has been doing to society. The common phrase with older people, older than this generation, is that our generation is just, we're going to be terrible. We're going to be a terrible generation. And it starts young. I have listened to court cases that people suing at schools about books pushing books in libraries and teaching that you can be whatever you want to be. But I do not believe that. I think that you are either born a male or born a female. I think that schools should teach no different. And I think that funding schools should be shifted to produce more educated students. I believe that history is not pushed enough, which is why younger kids that are not voting are not voting and do not understand the values that voters are supposed to vote for. They do not understand why you need to vote. That is why history should be pushed more, and that is why education should be pushed more to produce more active generation. And that starts with the school system. And our school system has not failed, it is doing exactly what it's designed to do. It's designed to cripple this generation, and it needs to be redesigned with a new curriculum, pushing better education and more critical thinking skills. That is what Charlie pushed, that is what I would push, and I would fight until that is done. There is a big push in private schools and home schools in recent years. I was pulled out of public school in 2nd grade. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for doing that. I was homeschooled to the 5th grade, and then private school at Riverview, and I'm a sophomore now. And I understand now the importance of education, and I understand now the importance of reading books. That is another area our generation is lacking, is the desire to learn and the desire to read. You can learn a lot more from reading books than an hour of TikTok, Snapchat, social media. And this starts at a young age. If you promote a young child to read when they're young, and you teach them that reading is fun, that is what they will do. The Bible says to teach up a child the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. That is why my Hard times produce strong men. Strong men produce easy times. Easy times produce weak men. We're in a time, easy time with weak men. But I strive to be not like the rest of my generation. I desire to be better, and I desire to educate myself and strengthen myself physically, mentally, spiritually. And I stand by the motto.
Thank you, Wyatt. That's not easy, guys. I would not have been able to do that as Our next speaker is Lillian Stubblefield. She is in her final year of Riverview High School, where she is a candidate for gubernatorial. She is seriously preparing for her future, learning Spanish, as she feels called to serve in Spanish-speaking mission field. Lily plans to continue her studies in college at Liberty University. She is gifted musically, both in vocals and guitar, and leads worship often at her church, where she has had fun acting in her school plays. Lily loves her family, and for these reasons, she wanted to speak to you today. Please give Lily a generous hand of applause.
Thank you, everybody. In preparation for this speech, I was asked the question, what do you love about America? And honestly, it's a difficult question because there's just so much. I especially love our freedoms, of course, but most of all, I love the fact that our freedoms in this country enable America to be a country of world-changing inventors. From the very beginning with Benjamin Franklin, Orville and Wilbur Wright, Alexander Graham Bell, Henry Ford, and later on Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Their inventions absolutely changed the world, and they all took advantage of the rights that are made available and guaranteed to us in the Constitution. But that kind of begs the question, why has it been so long since we've had a world-changing invention like theirs? And some might argue that it's because of lack of resources, or some might argue that everything's already been discovered, but I don't think that for a second. I personally believe that the reason it's been so long is because in the schools, in the classroom, when students ask questions, they're told either go ask an adult or go look it up. And in previous generations, looking it up involved a lot more work, because you had to sort through a card catalog, and just go sort through a library, find a book, sort through that book. Sometimes you didn't get it the first time, you had to do it 18,000 times. But in my generation, the entire extent of human knowledge is a few clicks away, which is a blessing, don't get me wrong, but it's also been a handicap. According to the North American Community Hub for Medical Statistics, Generation Z is the first in a century to have a lower average IQ than the previous generation. And they attribute it to the quick access of information. They say, quote, when information arrives primarily as summaries, algorithms like clips, or instant answers from digital tools, opportunities for sustained analytical thinking decrease. Not only this, but I know from personal experience that in the classroom, when a student finds an answer to say a math problem, a different way than the curriculum dictates, they are replicating. So my generation has not only been indirectly, but directly discouraged from critical thinking. My generation needs to be encouraged and allowed to think for ourselves and bring it. Apathy and stupidity that our current
He's a musician and often leads worship with his rich vocals and guitar playing. Sam also enjoys spending time exploring the beautiful Oregon outdoors. But no matter what the future holds, he desires one full of faith, family, and freedom. That is why Sam came with his message today. Let's hear it for Sam Turner.
How's it going? I was told to speak quickly so I'll give you guys that best attention for regression. When I was asked to speak at this event, I began to think about this. In fact, I thought so long about it that I got to last night and I was still writing on my own. So this is a bit of a quick hack to write. Anyway, luckily after much worry, several frustrating rewrites, I finally came up with what I think our generation's biggest problem is that we're facing. That's the problem I was given, so that's what I'm going to talk about here. That problem that my generation is facing is our culture's war over truth. It's a war that involves both what we see and what we believe. And it's a war that's everywhere, from our headlines, from our news, to our TV shows, from our political ideologies to algorithms controlling our online content. And the divide between the two sides is vast. You might open up news on one outlet and hear about a violent attack perpetrated by a troubled individual, only to hear from another news source about how your societal intolerance is to blame for the person's actions. We're being told that the traditional views of culture are antiquated and discriminatory, that our words are violent hate, and that we deserve violence in return. That's what our culture is telling us right now. We're told that we should be accepting of other people's truths, no matter how dangerous they are, both to the practices of that truth and to people around them. This neo-culture is promoting a you-do-you sort of diverse mindset. And ultimately, at the heart of this matter is a view known as cultural moral relativism. It's a view that basically says there's no right or wrong, it's all rather subjective, and it's ultimately determined by the dominant view of society. That's what people believe. Right and wrong, truth and lies is basically dominated, and it's determined by the view of society, rather than objective standards. Right? That goes against the traditional view of our culture, that morality and truth is objective and dictated by the Creator. He tells us that this moral relativity leads towards one direction, and that's socialism, communism, and complete catastrophe. That's where it's headed, guys. We as Republicans, we cannot fight relative truth with more relative truth. We need to be standing on objective standards, the same objective standards as our founders, and that's God and His Word. Like this passage from our own Declaration of Independence, it says this: we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. From our very beginning and from our roots, this was the foundation of our cultural unity, was God's truth in our lives. So, the only way to win the war on truth, to save this generation, is to hold fast the cultural and moral identity that built this nation. How do we start that? Well, we started in the ballots, right? We started in the polls. Vote, guided by your beliefs, right? Vote for candidates who are fighting for things that you believe in, right? Secondly, to fight for this, we have to be people of moral integrity, not just acting like people with moral integrity. There's a lot of people on both sides of the aisle who are good at pretending to be moral. There's not a lot who actually are. By being the people of true moral character, we can help to inspire those around us to live in similarly. And the final thing is we need to get back into church and return to God, who is the source of our political views and the truth that we fight for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Let's go ahead and have a round of applause for our school students.
So take the chicken wire off and pull on it. On it, and it pulled part of the door frame off. It was a 4x4 post. It was a 2x6. I was doing about this big. And it's like my locking mechanism, like for my padlock thing. Yeah, and it came and it probably like right there, like right on my it backed me. Yeah.
Sticks out on the floor down here. And seriously, 275 pounds of weight. He told me it was a hell of a recovery period.
Yeah, it's
I'm sorry, I'm so frustrated.
I have no idea. I haven't gone on page to see. I just hooked up my mic Tristan up there on the table. I got two of them up there. The ones with the little fuzzy heads on them.
Mine were picking up this like crazy echo no matter what I did.
So somebody in my chat said earlier said that there was an echo at the beginning. You're Danielle Bethel, aren't you? Yes, sir. Nice to meet you. My name is DJ. I'm live streaming the event, but I didn't want to be a live streamer. It just happened. Like I fell into the politics thing on accident. Like because I go and interview the. Yeah, I go and interview the Democrats in town or whatever at their protest. Yeah, I get assaulted a bunch. It's fun.
Oh, no.
You know, they're mean. You know. Yeah, great. Hey, have a great day.
At least not for me.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I went all around the stage earlier to find like where the best angle was. Yeah. You have Android USB?
Yeah, I use a Type-C. Yeah, I'm at 31%. That should be good for the rest of the event.
Look, I got it.
That's a.
Yeah, you can plug that in.
I think it's pretty beefy. Hell yeah! Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Oh, not bad at all. Thank you, TJ. I appreciate it. Let's make sure I can see everybody here. Okay.
Yeah, I had actually DM'd you like a week ago or something. I was saying to see like when you were coming into town. I was gonna say because I live right by the falls.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've been following the falls. I've been wanting to go have a check out.
I was like, man, if they're gonna be in town the day before or something, maybe we could go hiking. You know.
So I need to do those. I did 50 kilometer falls 1 year.
Yeah.
Working in Washington. Solar and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my Starlink now, the little backpack one, so I can go out there.
It's got a portable one too, because we got those for a couple of years. And it said it was long as value customer.
Yeah. Yep, that's what we got to do. It's like 25 or something like that. Yeah.
Places that I could go hike and there's no better have a signal if I didn't have that.
Yeah. Yeah, I take it.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Remember the one time I did and I was mad I didn't. Like shit.
You want me to go get another one?
Oh, I'm good. I got enough water. I appreciate it, brother. If you need a little room partner, I'll Oh, I'm pretty sure they'd be cool with it.
I'll make it shorter.
Yeah, they've been really accepting, so they've been really.
The fact that they're letting people come in and stream is amazing.
Oh yeah, I love it.
People on the live stream, if you can hear this, please write in the comments that we have 4 mics we're about to test. Test 1. Test 2, test 2. Test 3. Test 3.
Good evening, everybody. We are about to begin.
So it's really cool. Yeah, because I see them online and stuff. Oh, that's fun. This is cool.
Good evening, everybody. We are going to start the evening with the singing of our national anthem. Here to do so is Mr. William Walter.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walter. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Feist, and I am honored to serve as your meeting moderator tonight. Thank you to Friends of Coos County Republicans for hosting this event, and thank you to all of you who are here tonight and for staying engaged in the future of our state. Tonight, we are joined by 3 Republican candidates seeking their party's nomination for governor of Oregon. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Bethel, Representative Beal, and Mr. Medina. Here's how this evening is going to work. We will begin with 4-minute opening statements from each candidate. The speaking order has been determined in advance. Following opening statements, we will move into 4 policy rounds: the economy, criminal justice, education, and natural resources. Each round will include 2 to 3 questions. For each question, each candidate will have up to 3 minutes to respond. After all candidates have answered, you will be allowed 60 seconds for a rebuttal statement if time allows. Speaking order will rotate for each question to ensure fairness. Time limits will be strictly enforced using visible time cues and the timer on stage. When the time expires, I will step in so we can stay and ensure an equal opportunity for all candidates. After policy rounds, we will move into an audience Q&A segment with pre-selected questions directed at all candidates. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to respond. We ask the audience to remain respectful throughout this evening. No cheering, booing, or interruptions of any kind. I know that's not going to be a problem. This is a forum for ideas, solutions, and leadership. With that, we will begin with our 4-minute opening statements. Representative Deal, you get to go first.
Hello, everybody. I can't see anybody out here. These lights are so bright. We're here. Yeah, okay. There's people here. All right. It's great to be here. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to be your next governor. Do we need change in the state? We need to take back for sure. I want to talk a little bit about my background, where I come from, and then get into what my vision is. You know, I'm a husband and a father, a man of faith. My wife is somewhere out there in the darkness, Jamie. We live just a couple miles where she grew up inside, and we raised our kids here. And I'm a son of a logger. I'm a grandson of a sawmiller. I'm a great-grandson of a sawmiller. And I spent a lot of my life working in wood products. I'm an engineer, working in wood products, automation, running my own business. And that is the perspective I come into the legislature. And I gotta say, I know I'm in timber country here. I live just outside of the San Diego Cave, and something that's really important to me is to let the loggers alone. And that's the perspective I got when it comes to natural resources here. I am also, I just want to get into what my vision is for our state. We have the most beautiful state in the country. The timberlands here, we've got the mountains, we've got the ocean. I love it. I love it. What good is that if you can't afford to live here? What good is that if your kids can't get a good education? What good is that if you don't feel safe walking down the street? And what good is that if businesses leave? So my vision for Oregon and why I'm fighting here is we will be the greatest state, not only the most beautiful state, but the greatest state to live, to work, to raise a family, and retire with our grandchildren and our children here because they don't have to leave to find a better way of life and find a job somewhere else. That is my vision for Oregon. And we can do it with the right leadership and the right government. We have 40 years of one party rule in this state, 40 years. It will be 40 years to the inauguration day that Picatino left office, the last Republican. That is long enough, and you guys know it. It is way overdue for a change. I'm excited for the opportunity. I do think this is our year to take back the Republican office, take back the governorship as a Republican. I'm excited about this run, and I cannot wait to be your next governor. I look forward to this debate. Thank you.
small business owner, a mom, a grandma, a wife, a Christian, and somebody who just really truly believes that Oregon deserves an executive in office that can come in on day one and get the job done. I'm frankly tired of partisan politics in this state being so extreme that we can't get anything done at the state level and at our community level. We're going to talk a lot today, I assume, about those four particular topics. I have a lot to say about more, and I hope that you follow along with my campaign. I'm running because for the last 6 years as a city county commissioner in the 5th largest county in Oregon, I have consistently bumped my head on legislative issues and governor's office policies. The government should be run from our communities, not from the state, not from the capital, certainly not from the governor's mansion. Cities and counties are the heartbeat of this state. They are completely ignored. You can go into the legislature, and you can talk to legislators, and while you have partnerships, they have their priorities. My job as a county commissioner today is to run a government efficiently, affordably, and with priorities set by the people in my community. I'm blessed to do that very successfully. I'm a candidate in this race right now that runs efficient government. Imagine what that would be like at the state level. Imagine if you had an elected leader that said, I actually need more money from you because I understand the means I have to live in. Imagine if I asked you what your priorities were and I delivered them for you. I do that right now as a county commissioner. My job is scalable. I fight against the state policies from the legislature to the governor's office every single day. I fight against homeless policies, transportation policies, environmental policies, solid waste policies, natural resource policies, land use policies, housing policies. Pick a freaking policy. And it is in my way. It's in my way to serve the people in front of me. There's over 4 million people in this state who deserve a voice. Everybody deserves a voice. But all 4 corners of this state and everywhere in between deserves an equal shot at an outcome. Not just Portland, not just the left. When I grew up here in Oregon, I grew up with a single mom who had a serious mental health issue. She divorced my dad when I was 3, and from that point until she left me when I was 16, we navigated the oppressive system of Oregon. In and out of homelessness, in and out of schools. If she could keep a job, it worked out. If she didn't, well, we were chasing things down to government. Nobody showed up to help our family succeed. Because the question in Oregon is whose responsibility is it? I believe it's the family's responsibility to care for their family members. But when they're difficult and you don't have the means, what do? You should turn to a functional government that provides a hand up and not a handout. I'm tired of Oregon systems failing us. We can do better. We deserve executive leadership in the governor's office, and I am not candidate. Please follow along with my campaign and the answers to my questions today, and I promise you will be impressed. Thanks so much.
How's it going, Coos County? How you guys doing? Here's the thing. So my name is Dave Medina. For those of you who don't know me, I grew up in Turner, Salem, Oregon. I know you guys are Turner folk here. And I graduated in 2007, and then graduated from George Fox in 2017. And after graduating from George Fox, I looked at my state, and I was like, what in the Lord are we doing? What is going on in Oregon? Then I looked at our Republican Party, a lot of good people in the Republican Party, a lot of good people in this room. But I thought to myself, why are we not fighting harder? Why are we not standing firm on our beliefs and on our values and our ideas for our state, our economy, and our families? And then I saw the Democrats. Obviously, we've all seen the Democrats and how crazy they've gone against us, how much they're all in on our families, on our businesses. I can't even see you guys. Nobody here. They're like, but folks, several years ago, I started a movement online because I wanted to inspire. I didn't think Oregonians were being represented correctly, especially as conservatives. I didn't think we were taking the fight to the Democrats as they continue to destroy our states and persecute our children. And so I created a movement, and I wanted to take that movement and get people mobilized. At the same time, taking the fight to the belly of the beast, which is Portland, Oregon. And that's what I've been doing the last several years. I've been on the ground fighting for you. I've been your voice, giving you a voice, getting eyeballs across the nation on Oregon, getting us some help, getting us some attention, because I believe that Oregon is worth saving. I believe that Oregon, we have the people here to defeat the Democrats. We just need better leaders. We need more courageous leaders. We need more bold leaders that are not going to just fight the fight when it gets easy, but fight it when it gets hard and unpopular. I don't know about all of you, but I'm tired of being called a bigot, a racist, a white supremacist, a Christian nationalist, you name it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of letting the Democrats write our story. I'm tired of letting the Democrats label us and playing defense, folks. It's time to go on offense. That's what my campaign is about. We need to get back to our godly values. We need to get back to calling on the name of the Lord to save our land. Stop running away from our values like pro-life. And it's about time that we take this fight directly to the enemy, which is not the people. It's a spiritual battle that we're in. But it's also the elites in Salem. And I hate to say it, folks. This is one of the reasons why I got in this race, because if I can't win in May, if I don't win in May, hopefully we can all work together and strengthen our party and actually fight the battle like it should be fought, with strength. It's not that the Democrats win in Oregon, it's that the Republicans give it to them. The Republicans lose. The Democrats are weak. They have weak ideas. Just look at Oregon. Look at our education. Look at our economy. Portland in a recession. The homelessness problem getting worse. It's spreading throughout Oregon. Folks, it's time that you put someone in there that will actually fight for you and not vote with Democrats and not be part of the problem. It's time that you put someone in there in the executive branch to start chipping away and taking back our state. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. I ask that you stand next to me, you stand with me. I've been fighting on the streets of Portland for you. Many of you have seen my work. If you haven't, go to WWPDX across all social media. But folks, it's now or never. 2026 is our year. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates, for your opening statements. With that, it's time to move into our first policy round on the economy. Commissioner Bethel, you are up first. Polls show high taxes as a top 2 issue. So what immediate steps would you take to lower taxes, such as income, property, or gas taxes? And how will you make up for any lost revenues without cutting essential services?
Thank you for the question. How long? We have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
So there's not a lot the governor can do out the gate immediately to cut any taxes. We all know that it's legislative action over the people. But I am willing to come in on day one and have a conversation with the people, because it's going to be very difficult in this legislature if we don't flip some seats to be able to reduce any type of revenue generating streams in Oregon. The truth is, today, as a county commissioner, I'm the tax collector. In fact, property taxes are the backbone of the general fund for counties across the state. We need to have a conversation in Oregon about what our tax system looks like, what our priorities are. I'm tired of pretending that I own something that I don't actually own, because I have to pay the government every single year in property taxes to actually own that thing, my property. And I'm sick and tired of going to work every single day and working my tail off for them to continue to steal my money to put it into priorities that I don't support for my income tax. I believe in consumption tax. I believe sales tax is the way to go in Oregon, and that's going to be an uphill battle with Democrats and obviously Portland, and anybody who doesn't work for a living. But I believe that while that's a volatile space to be in, because you can't actually measure a direct outcome on a consumption tax or a sales tax, government shies away from it. It makes it difficult for them to plan. So you have to live within your means. You have to plan thoughtfully. Right now, every single government in Oregon, especially cities and counties, because it measures 5 and 50, are facing financial cliffs because they can't raise property taxes. An income tax space that should pass through counties and cities to do essential services are being gobbled up by the big government at the state level. We need to reduce the size of state government across the board. We have so much duplication of services between counties and the state in every single industry that we're just wasting your money. The Oregon Health Authority, as an example, over 6,000 employees. Counties are the local mental health and public health authority. We're the boots on the ground delivering those essential services. Why does the state need so many employees to do the job that we do every single day? They don't. I need that money in my community. And I don't need as much as they have because I don't need 6,000 employees to be efficient in my community. We need to have priority-based delivered services in our community that can live within the means of our cost. I can't raise taxes right now in my community, and I still have to provide essential services every single day. I'm writing an almost $1 billion budget right now in Marion County as a county commissioner. I am not going to be laying off employees, but I am freezing positions because I don't have more money to give and I don't have more money to take. We have to do the right thing by prioritizing systems. Statutes matter, scope creep is important, and expectation and execution is the priority. At the end of the day, you have to live within your means at home and in your business, and the government should do the exact same thing. As governor, I will make sure that we live within our means, and I will reduce the system overall. Thank you. Mr. Medina, would you like me to reread the question?
Go ahead, yes, please.
Polls show high taxes as a top 2 issue. So what immediate steps would you take to lower taxes, such as income, property, or gas taxes? And how would you make up for any lost revenue without cutting essential services?
Yeah, so when I hear that question, I think, essential services, I think of the waste and the waste, fraud, and abuse that's happening within our government right now. If we're going to fix any of this, if we're going to free up money, we need to do a full audit on programs like OHA, programs like ODOT. I know Representative Deal was a leader of that gas tax, of the referendum that stopped that $4.3 billion transportation tax bill. We need to fight the waste that is in government now. We need to free up money. There should not be a dime going to illegal aliens for health care, for handout services. We need to get rid of these programs that are putting you last and putting people that aren't even supposed to be here, including like the Medicaid fraud in Lake Oswego, illegal aliens and Trinidad and Tobago gang members. Our government is taking your taxpayer dollars and funding people that shouldn't be here. So we got to get the waste, fraud, and abuse under control. We need to get this bureaucratic tape and this bloated government under control. Folks, it's all corruption. None of these taxes get fixed until we fix the corruption. So I'm willing to do things like with the help with our senior citizens, help with the senior citizen homestead exemption, implementing a senior that freezes the assessed value of primary residence once the owner reaches the age of 65. We have to help our seniors out. I want to repeal the death tax. Why are we penalizing families for their loved ones dying? I want to do a full DOGE audit. I want to go, it kind of saddens me that they kind of pulled back on DOGE federally. I wish they would have kept going. I wish people went to jail. And I promise you that I will bring a DOGE-style audit to every level of government, wherever there's corruption, wherever there's collusion. If anybody's making any money off of our taxpayer dollars, people will be held accountable. And so I think the problem is to lower taxes. To deal with the tax issue, we have to get rid of the waste, the fraud, waste, and abuse. It's not just happening in Minnesota, it's happening here. And Oregonians are paying for it. So we need to put Oregonians first again. And your taxpayer dollars should be going back to you. Look at our education. The CAT tax is supposed to go to help invest in education. Where's that money going? Where's the results for that? We got $6 billion in COVID relief federally for education. Where'd that money go? Where's the results for that? Folks, the system is corrupt. And that's why I'm running for governor, is to get in there and get this corruption out, free up our dollars, and that's how I'll fund it right there. The money's right there. We have over $1 billion in OHA going to illegal aliens. That stops on the road. Thank you.
Representative Deal, it's your turn.
You bet. Well, it won't surprise you, I don't like taxes. I built a business from the ground up with my wife and 2 business partners. We bootstrapped this thing. We built it up to 100 employees. I know how to assign both sides of the paycheck. I know what a balanced budget looks like. And I've got a good look at that as a legislature and how the government works and how we do budgeting. And it has some serious issues. Our state budget has doubled over 10 years. Doubled. You can't explain that with population growth. You can't explain that with inflation. You can't even get half of it. We do not have accountability within our state agencies. They don't have the right priorities. They don't have the right leadership. So as governor, you change those priorities to match the interests of the working people. You've got to get those agencies back on mission. And I'm confident when we do that, we can get a 10% cut in our state budget just through that. My goal is to have a 10% cut in taxes. Our current governor is talking about raising your taxes. I call for a freeze on property taxes for senior citizens. I'm calling on eliminating the debt tax like we already heard about. We have a referendum petition on that. We're also running a referendum. The state legislature just disconnected us, the state tax code from the federal tax code. I won't get into the wonkiness of that, but that jacks up your taxes by $300 million in the budget cycle. We are prepared to refer that one back to voters too, just like we did with the transportation everywhere I go, it doesn't matter if I'm in Portland or Eastern Oregon down here, people feel taxed to death. Oregon is in an economic boom. What that means is they kept jacking the taxes up and up and up, and the high income earners are fleeing. So you have this situation where the people paying the taxes are leaving, and the tax increase, the tax rates are going up, so they're losing tax revenue. It's unsustainable. Portland is entering a recession. And this can be reversed with the right leadership at the top. We have to get a tax structure that incentivizes business to come to Oregon, build their businesses in Oregon, get good paying jobs that generate tax revenue that way. And so this is something I'm very passionate about. I know we can do a lot better. It goes beyond taxes. It goes beyond taxes. As governor, I will repeal immediately executive orders that are raising your cost for gasoline, your cost for electricity, your cost for natural gas. Our governor right now has put executive orders in place that are jacking the cost of all those things up. They're in the name of the climate. Everybody loves the climate, but these executive orders are not doing anything to the climate, and they can be repealed and save everyone here thousands of dollars a day.
Yes.
60-second rebuttal.
Well, yes, I think that, I mean, the climate, that kind of story about the climate, what is like the climate change agenda anyways? We all know it's just an agenda. So we know any dollars going to climate change is just filling the pockets of corrupt politicians and their special interests. So here's the thing. Representative Hill, I want this to be, I want to try to be as good faith as possible. I don't want to come up here and just kind of go at it. I have to ask you about House Bill 2010 that you voted for. That House bill extended Medicaid through 2032 that included programs like OHP that do transgender surgery for minors and legal immigrants, healthcare for legal immigrants. Can you explain your rationale on voting, being one of the 6 Republicans voting with the Democrats on that one?
You have 60 seconds.
Well, first off, that is not true, what you just said. That bill has nothing to do, Medicaid cannot be used for illegal immigrants. It's against federal law. That bill has nothing to do with that, absolutely nothing. What that bill does is it is a fee that the hospitals pay. They give it to the state uses that to drive up Medicaid dollars, and all that money goes back to the hospitals. All that money goes back. That is part of the way hospitals are funded. You guys have a hospital here, right? A Bay Area hospital. Without that funding, that hospital will not exist. It's as simple as that. So I made a decision. Do I support this? It's kind of a misnomer you can call it a tax because every dollar that they put in the fee to match to get the Medicaid dollars down goes right back to the hospital. So there is nothing in that bill that directs Medicaid dollars to non-U.S. citizens, nothing in that bill. It is a process in which hospitals are funded to provide care for the elderly, children, people with disabilities, everything else that Medicaid is used for. Now, that said, is there waste and fraud with Medicaid? Yes, there is. That is why I wrote a letter on this primary robbery issue. I wrote a letter to the DOJ and the Office of the Inspector General demanding an investigation into Medicaid fraud.
This is a classic politician of time and race right. It's a classic politician move. Classic politician move. First of all, sending letters isn't going to do a dang thing. You voted against your party on that bill. You could have put provisions to stop the deals from being funded, but you did it, Representative Deal. You voted with the Democrats. Sorry.
Thank you, candidates. With that, we're going to move on to our second question in our economy policy round. Mr. Medina, you will go first. You will have 3 minutes. What is your plan to fund and maintain transportation infrastructure without relying on unpopular tax increases like the recent gas tax hikes? Go ahead. Mr. Medina.
Oh, I thought you said deal. Sorry, you said anything? My bad. I was still caught up.
What is your plan to fund and maintain transportation infrastructure without relying on unpopular tax increases like the recent gas tax hikes?
Yeah, so we all know the Democrats and their failures, right? They cause, they can't get their, they can't spend, their spending priorities are out of order, so they come to us, they tax us. When they have people leave the state, that leaves funds like in Portland. That's why Portland's in a recession, because there are businesses and people leaving, and there's tax dollars that are being burdened back onto the city, so the city doesn't have, that's how they make their money. They make their money off of us. So how do they make it from their failures of driving people out of the state and driving business out of the state? Is they tax us more and more and more. They put more fees on it. I'm sure a lot of you hunt and fish. You guys are out there recreationally. You guys see all the fees that are increasing. One of the fees, the paddle fee, right? You guys all know about the paddle fee. Now your canoes and your rafts are now they're taxed like their boats, right? There's a fee that they pass on the let us paddle tax. Representative Deal actually voted with that to increase that tax. A lot of you don't know that, but I didn't know that actually until recently. I was surprised by that, but he voted with that. He voted to increase that. I'll just say this, and I'm just being honest, guys. I'm not, again, this is just being honest here, not just pulling stuff out, okay? But here's the thing, I believe the Senate Republicans said that the funding was already there to fund what the Democrats were trying to pass the $4.3 billion transportation tax cut. They said the funding was already there. I say, let's look into those departments like ODOT, and I talked to a couple of ODOT employees that are like, dude, you don't know how bad it is. The DEI crap that's being funded and all the low crap that's being funded within ODOT, how do we take the money out of that and put it towards our roads and towards the funding that we need? I mean, this is just a thing of the Democrat-led government. All of this waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, some of the staffers are getting insane six-figure jobs or six-figure salaries. And so I think with my approach, with the Dutch-style approach here in Oregon, with the auditing, we're going to find there's going to be a lot of dollars to be freed up on. They're probably somehow paying illegals through ODOT. I don't know. But guys, there's so much waste in our government. There's so much wasteful spending. And we all know what's happening. It's not just exclusive to Minnesota. It's happening all over wherever Democrats are in control. And so I believe the Senate Republicans, I believe them when they say the funding was already there. They did a great job, the Senate Republicans and the House Republicans did a great job fighting that tax bill. And we got to give them credit for that. But I believe the money is there. And how about we stop funding woke crap and stuff for illegal aliens, and we actually start using your taxpayer dollars to solve the problems. I mean, I know it's a crazy thought, but that's where I would start.
Thank you.
So what is the number one priority for ODOT if you look at their strategic plan? What do you think it is? Potholes, that's a good answer. It's what it should be. It's equity. Equity. And we spend tens of millions of dollars within ODOT on EDI-related policies. But when you have an agency that is not aligned with its core mission, number one, is road safety and maintenance. That is number one. When you have an agency that is not prioritizing core mission, there is wasted time. As your next governor, I will prioritize that agency on its core mission, which is number one, road safety and maintenance, eliminating the DEI. But it's bigger than that. We have I think we're the only state in the country that taxes every citizen for mass transit. Okay? We have a statewide mass transit tax. Whether you live where I live in the little old Scioto, which is, I'm not actually inside, I'm outside of Scioto. I've never seen a bus go by. I am paying for mass transit. That money, I believe, should be redirected toward other things with what they don't know about road safety. There's a long list of things that we could do to redirect money. Those are part of the Republican plan that was presented. And when the governor says we didn't bring a plan, well, we did. But then I look at some other things going on within ODOT. We have an agency that has put together an I-5 bridge that is going to cost well over $10 million by their design. We spent years and hundreds of millions of dollars designing this bridge. I think the number might be closer to $15 or $17 million. That's federal money and state money. But you look at that bridge, and it's a double-decker, it's got mass transit, it's got all these things, but it doesn't add a third lane across the bridge. These are boondoggles. That is a boondoggle bridge. That is a waste of taxpayer money. We could design that bridge for less than $5 million, a nice, simple, single-decker bridge to get vehicles across. The same with the Rose Corridor. The Rose Corridor is a project set for $2 million. It's the only stretch of I-5 in an urban area that doesn't have a third lane. This $2 million project with a cap over where you can build it, they're going to have buildings on top over the highway and parks. They don't add a third lane. ODOT is not making good use of your tax dollars. I know how to dive into this in detail within that agency, put the right leadership in place, flip it around. You don't need any taxes to do anything.
Thank you. I love this question so much. Here's why. Do you know what one of the major roles county commissioners perform in their obligation in elected seat? We are the local road authority. While you would think that the priority for the Oregon Department of Transportation would be safe roads and bridges, obviously heard from Representative Diaz, actually dumber than anything I've ever heard in my life. It's about equity. It's not even about equity, prioritization of safe roads and bridges. When I said in my opening speech that I really bump my head on state policies like every single day, this is the primary example of that. Let me tell you what I'm going to do as the governor when I get in there. How about we prioritize roads and bridges? And we should also be partnering. It's a word that is like a miss in our vernacular here in Oregon and elected leaders. We have 36 counties and over 200 cities that manage roads and bridges in their communities every single year. We have to prioritize them so that way folks can live healthy in their communities. You know who doesn't work with us on a regular basis for our scheduling of maintenance and execution of new systems? ODOT. Now, ODOT has the same type of systems that I have in my county. They have all the engineers, all the road crew, all the things in your status. But did you also know that Oregon Department of Transportation has a considerable less amount of road miles and bridges to deal with than counties do across this state? You all here in these counties pay attention to your road system. I know you're frustrated with pothole, but pay attention to what your commissioners are trying to do just to inch by with the very few crumbs that we get handed down from the gas tax and statewide. And because we have an adversarial system between our state and federal government, we don't even qualify for most programs now that we could always qualify before because our governor is constantly fighting with our president. You can reduce the system overall in cost, not just by prioritizing your roads and bridges and partnering, but also by the type of procurement process you execute in those systems. Public procurement is a very specific system that's designed by statute. There's 3 systems for procurement in government, and ODOT
which essentially gives more control and power of the cost to the contractor than it does the program deliverer, which is ODOT. There's no way I would ever get by with that in my community because I have to talk to my neighbors that elected me at Safeway to milk aisle, and they would be pissed if I was just letting a contractor roll me over for twice the cost on a freaking I-5 bridge and everything else. In fact, he's my neighbor, and I know he would tell me about it. I'm going to make sure that ODOT knows within their means and that we prioritize our systems through proper public procurement. We're going to prioritize in partnership with counties and cities. Thoughtful planning is really, really important. At the end of the day, we cannot continue to give away contingency systems to contractors and focusing on overall systems with union workers. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to our third question in the economy round. We're going to start out with Representative Deal. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high in top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Good question. First off, I think we should build Oregon homes with Oregon timber. How's that sound? Yeah! Hopefully we can talk about that. Yes, we have a housing crisis here. It's and I would look at it the way our current governor looks at it is it has to be government funded, and she wants to put everybody in little apartment buildings. I think what we need to do is really look at our urban growth boundaries. The way that law was set up about 50 years ago was always designed to be what does the growth look like looking forward. Those urban growth boundaries were not set in stone. The intent was to visit those and look and say, what does that growth boundary look like 20 years from now? What's our 20-year plan for growth? Oregon, we want our communities to grow at a pace that seems reasonable for the people in the communities. And so I think those urban growth boundaries do need to be looked at and expanded so we can have family homes, so we can have homes with yards where kids can play. I want my children to be able to grow up and live in Oregon, to buy a home in Oregon, to raise their family in Oregon. And what that means is I don't want them living in apartment complexes that are safe from. Private sector can do this. Land is part of the challenge. That does require revisiting some of our urban growth laws. But I believe that the way the law is set up allows that. And I will make sure that we look at that seriously and make sure that our communities are allowing modest expansion so that our kids and our grandkids have a place to live and build their homes. But I definitely want it done with the private sector. The other thing is permitting and regulations in this state are driving the cost of homes through the roof. We need to revamp our permitting processes. I'm calling for true dashboards of transparency on how those permits work with set time frames for permits. And if a permit is not released, the person doesn't have to pay a fee. And if there are projects that are delayed, those projects show up on my desk to be resolved. That's how it's done in other states. That's not how it's done in Oregon. So these projects can be done with good permitting. There's regulations, there's a whole bunch of regulations that we put in to make it more difficult to, or more expensive to build homes in Oregon. So I would do that as well.
Commissioner Bennett, it's your turn. So I got the first two portions of the housing affordability. Can you just repeat the question for me just so I know?
Absolutely. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high on top issues, will you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to
do this today as a commissioner, I'm just gonna keep saying it. You pay attention to what your county commissioners do, super important stuff. I'll tell you on day one when I came into office, just like Raphael said earlier on executive orders, I'm gonna write an executive order to do two things. One, get rid of the CPP, the Climate Protection Plan, which eliminates natural gas statewide, it's super stupid. The second thing is getting rid of CFAC, the Climate Friendly Unbuilt Communities Plan, which is also an executive order. It's been bumping its head down the way through cities across the state. Marion County is actually the only county in the state that has a large enough unincorporated area that it's treated like the city, and therefore I get to be a city councilor too. And I'm very frustrated at the rate of housing development in this space. What I'm mostly frustrated about is what I consider modern day redlining happening to people in poverty across Oregon because we focus on climate over livability in systems design. We have no thoughtful plan across the state. So I will be working on a plan and do it right now. In fact, in Marion County, we have a dashboard that I designed and implemented with our planning team that allows any developer to come into Marion County and click through our screens to see where they can go build and what they can build. And what the challenges are to that build. Is there a water sensitivity zone? Is there a lack of infrastructure? Lack of infrastructure is why it costs so much to build for developers in the state. People complain all the time to about service delivery charges, SDCs. It is important that we make sure that we have equitable investments in our systems for communities to be able to maintain those systems going forward. That's what the purpose of SDC is. But it's not to raise the cost of housing. We have infrastructure deserts across this state. Every single community, even the largest urban spaces. We need partners in the state leadership systems, in the legislature, at Oregon Housing and Community Services, and in the governor's office, to be able to go out and work with local leaders to figure out where they want development to be. I don't think that we want anybody coming from Portland into Coos Bay telling us where we should build housing. It's not their culture or their community, and they should mind their business, frankly. They should be run by local communities with a bottom-up approach. You have city councilors, you have mayors, you have county commissioners that have to design plans every year to be successful. I'm also going to tell you that we should do everything on a fee-for-service basis, and if you can't pay for it, then you don't need it. We have fee-for-service systems in local governments, and we don't get to cost outside ourselves. But we shouldn't be forcing these costs onto developers because government is getting to take from every source possible. You can live within your means, you can have a proper plan, and you can actually execute these systems just fine. We need to have a plan around all kinds of housing, not just multi-family housing. I'm sick of the warehousing concept in this state, assuming everyone wants to live in an apartment or a condo. I grew up that way, I can tell you it's not healthy and it's not affordable.
Repeat the full question.
Yes. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high in top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of us understand how difficult it is to get into a house today, especially with inflation over the past few years. People want to be in houses again, and one of the first things I would do as governor is I would do everything in my power to stop out-of-state construction companies and out-of-state corporate interests from building on our land. I would get the CCP completely off of Oregon, completely off of owning land in Oregon. Some Republicans, I'm sad to say, have teamed up with the Democrats with that one. So I want to get out-of-state interests off of our state, and we have to get people back in houses, especially the middle class. And we do that through making things more affordable, lowering taxes. And so when we do my Doge-style auditing and we get into the governor's mansion and we actually find the fraud, abuse, hold people accountable, we can actually lower taxes. And I do want to take the federal tax code. I want to do the tax on tips and not tax bonus pay as regular pay, as double taxing. I want to lower the burden on Oregonians so that they have more money in their pockets so we can actually get into housing. And so as governor, you know, in this situation, Oregonians have been put last at every single turn. We have companies and corporate interests coming into the state and making it harder for me to find a problem right now. And so I would do a housing council with the best experts to look at this and figure out what's best for you, not what's best for corporate interests.
Well, at this time, perhaps we could bring up an audience member for a question. Why don't we bring up one or two audience members between policy rounds for an audience question, just to break it up a little bit. Rob Gentry.
Where would you like me?
So this is a really specific question. This is like a one topic issue. We have a lot of crime. You had addressed crime earlier on in your opening statements, and it's no secret that we have a lot of crime. I think our area in particular is really serviced by a lot of crime. One of the ones that really bothers me the most are the sexual offenders, and we have a plethora of them. We rank number one in the nation in terms of per capita for sex offenders. We are number 27 in population for the entire nation, yet we are number 6 in terms of actually just raw numbers, not per capita. So we're number 1 per capita for sexual offenders in the state of Oregon, and we're number 6 in just terms of raw numbers. That's insane. And I see a lot of things. I see a lot of, you hear platitudes, it's like that everywhere across the nation, but it's truly not. It is something that doesn't exist everywhere, but it's uniquely saturated where we live in this amazing state of Oregon. Now, in 2019, there was a House Bill 3273 that was put through, and 2 years later, put into law that made it difficult for law enforcement to release mugshots. Now, the auspices of it, the generalization of it was, well, prevent doxing and then prevent people from being held for ransom with their mugshots later on in their life. But what it's also done is it's kind of hamstrung the citizens, and it's keeping us from knowing who are the bad guys in our neighborhood. We can't see them any longer. Now, to be true, when by the time they get prosecuted, by the time they get incarcerated, those mugshots can be released in some circumstances. But by then, it's old news, and no agencies have any desire to do that, and then, potentially look at a lawsuit later on. The sex offender registry. It's the OSP sex offender registry. We only list the top tier sex offenders. Like the highest level sex offenders are listed on it, and we are still missing about 50% of those. I'm speaking personally with the parole department, asking about, because we have a huge homeless problem here, and a lot of them are sex offenders, but they're not registered. We don't have any of these people on the registry. A lot of them are coming from out of state, and in speaking with the people that did this for a living at the parole board and such, they don't have the manpower or the ability to do it. And actually, that was like any other thing, y'all. What do you think of this? How do you fix it? Is this a priority to you? Thank you so much. As far as my
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Bethel will be starting with you.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a great topic and frustrating topic in general for any Oregonian. Public safety in Oregon, which I think is going to be one of the things that we're going to talk about criminal justice. But at the end of the day, is one of the greatest underfunded systems in Oregon. It's unprioritized because, to fund the police, right? Well, I'll tell you, I'm a fund the police girl, and I'm a fund criminal justice systems kind of girl, and I'm also really invested in funding community corrections. So when you talked about talking to the probation officer, parole officer, that's the community corrections division that's run by counties, except for 3 counties in Oregon that the state runs. When we don't have ample resources per our population, we can't deliver appropriate services. It's exceptionally costly to run public safety across the board, especially for people who are at large in the community. You'd think it would just be as easy as putting an ankle monitor on them and then managing them, but it turns out you have to have a person to watch the monitor who pays attention to the ankle monitor, which costs money. We have to invest in that system as a priority. I tell you, there's several pieces of legislation that went through the Capitol in the last few years that have been really harmful to public safety, but House Bill 3273 is one of those, and I believe it should be repealed. And as governor, you can write executive orders based on public safety and halt those situations. And we need a governor that's going to come into office and understand the system of public safety, not just the Department of Corrections and putting people in prison, but what it means to keep people safe in our communities, hold them accountable, and stabilize them in the institution space if that's where they need to be, or back in our communities. I do not know that Coos County was one of the highest per capita communities for sex offense, and that's atrocious. I can also tell you that I suspect it's probably higher because people who are homeless, they're not registered or tracked anywhere in this state. They come in now across our borders, they get sent down here from buses from Multnomah County, they come in my community from Multnomah County, California, Washington, whatever, and we don't actually have a cohesive system between public safety, Department of Human Services, Oregon Health Authority, and local governments to make sure we know who are in our community. So at the end of the day, it's a priority for me. I understand it very clearly, and I know exactly how to hold these people accountable and keep you safe. Thank you.
Just a reminder for these guest questions, you only have 2 minutes to respond. Mr. Medina, you're up.
Can you repeat that question, sir? I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we must be in Coos County. Question. Here's the thing.
I know exactly what that's.
Here's the thing, that's awesome. I love the passion, we need more of it, especially in our government. Here's the thing, guys. Public safety, our police. I mean, it's no surprise that we have a sex offender problem here in Oregon and in Coos County because it's ran by the party that releases gang members, illegal Trinidad and Tobago gang members that have committed child sex crimes back into our streets like it's nothing. So this part, Democrats don't care about law and order, and they gaslight us and believe to make us believe that we are the problem, like they are defending democracy. Just look at their actions, look at their track record. They don't care about law and order. In fact, it goes deeper than just funding the police. It goes deeper than that. If you actually, I've sat in city council meetings in Portland. I've talked to police officers in Portland, officers who support me. I've talked to police officers across Oregon. It's not just about funding the police, it's about how the Democrats view the police. And it's by design, folks. We need our law and order is by design to dismantle this country and dismantle this state. And you saw it in Portland. Look at our officers, our DHS officers, and our ICE officers in Portland are attacked on a weekly basis. And these people are still called protesters. And then our government has the nerve, or our Democrats in Oregon has the nerve to act like DHS and ICE are the problem. Look at how they're talking about the targets that they're putting on the backs of ICE agents. Folks, this is why I'm in the race, because we need someone in here that is actually going to call out these problems. And by the way, that bill, a lot of you maybe don't know this, that bill that got rid of mugshots conveniently happened when Governor Kotek's staffer at the time got arrested for rioting in downtown Portland. That's why they passed that bill, and that was helped with Republicans. I'll let you go look it up because, again, I'm trying to be nice. But Republicans helped them pass that bill. Again, folks, that's why I'm in the race, because it's about time that you guys have people stand up for you and stand up for our law enforcement.
I would also repeal the House Bill 3273, the mugshots. I disagree with that. There was a number of bad crime bills that came out of that. Something else related specifically with the sex offenders, Governor Kotek has tried to basically loosen some of the rules on how sex offenders are classified. Because getting to his point, we have this tremendous backlog. I don't know how this happens, but we have a backlog in classifying sex offenders in the state. We have so many of them. And so instead of dealing with that issue and classifying them, she went down and went, well, that's just not possible. That's a problem. So if that is indeed an issue, we need to deal with it and make sure that those offenders are adequately classified and the communities are informed and notified, and that needs to be done on the website. A couple other things, and I think part of this with the sex offenders is related, I believe, to the homeless situation. And maybe we're going to get into this in the criminal justice section. We're going to talk about that. same time as this mugshot bill, and that was Senate Bill 48 from 2022, which is a catch and release bill, which basically allows law enforcement, you can assault a police officer, you can commit a robbery, and you will be released. And you can go back and steal again, and be released, and steal again, and be released. You can steal multiple times before your first step is even prosecuted. This also needs to be reversed. So we have a number of laws that were passed at the time a few years ago that are increasing crime in the state, making our communities less safe, and we need to reverse those things.
All right, we need to move on as time is ticking quickly. So let's enter our criminal justice system policy round. First up, we're going to have Mr. Medina answer the question. You have 3 minutes in this section. If you would like a 60-second rebuttal, please kind of raise your hand and I will call on you. All right, this question is for you. What steps would you take as governor to address the chronic underfunding and staffing shortages in Oregon's public defender offices, which have caused excessive trial delays, leading to violations of defendants' Sixth Amendment rights and the release of potentially dangerous criminals back into our communities?
Yeah, so we all know there's a corruption problem in Oregon. We all know why the Democrats release these people. They have no respect for our laws, and they pretend like we're the ones that don't respect. Are you holding up the 30 seconds? Okay. Jeez, dude. I'm sorry, repeat the question. That threw me off. That threw me off. Repeat the question. I was on the line of thinking.
What steps would you take as governor to address the chronic underfunding and staffing shortages in Oregon's public defender offices, which have caused excessive trial delays, leading to violations of defendants' Sixth Amendment rights and the release of potentially dangerous criminals back into our communities?
Well, I would fund it. And I would hold our legislators and our justice system to actually start prosecuting these crimes. I know you guys remember the riots in 2020 and how many times the DA, Mike Schmidt at the time, released all of these rioters back on. It's so funny because they call me rioter and all I do is peaceful protest. But they released people that hurt cops. They released people that attack cops on a nightly basis, that were throwing firebombs at the federal courthouse, and they released them. They dropped all their charges. So I'd absolutely fund it. And when we free up all the money from the fraud, waste, and abuse that we find, we can fund it with that. And I'd start holding criminals accountable. I know it's a crazy concept, it's holding criminals accountable. But guys, if you really understand, so one thing that I learned being in Portland, and going to college in Portland and seeing how these people really think about our justice system, is they believe it's broken. They believe it's racist. They believe that it privileged, or in one of the whitest states in the nation, Oregon, they believe that it isn't fair against people of color. And so what they do is they weaken our justice system, they underfund our public defender system, and they release these criminals back on the street because it's part of dismantling the system. That's what these people believe, guys. That's why you need an outsider to go in there and actually uphold our Oregon Constitution, uphold our laws, because these people have no respect. They have no respect for our system. When you think our system is unfair and racist, you're going to treat it as such. And so that's why you see criminals released. That's why they have no respect for illegal immigration. They put illegals here ahead of all of us. They let Raga gang members or child sex offenders roam our streets. It's how they view the system. It's why it's broken, and it's broken on purpose. The Democrat Party does not care about our justice system. They don't care about our police officers. And I'm saddened to say that. I hate saying that because there was a time where Republicans and Democrats believed in our systems, believed in our justice system. But what you've seen over the past few years, or past couple of decades, is the complete erosion of every fabric of our society. And how do you weaken a society? You go after law and order, you go after the justice system. And so absolutely I would fund it, and I would hold criminals accountable. You commit a crime in Oregon, you're going to jail. You hurt the people of Oregon, you're going to jail. And I don't care what special interest group, what woke, purple hair, special interest group people in Portland try to stop me or cry foul or cry racism. I'm not going to waver, guys. I'm going to fight for you, and I'm going to hold these people accountable that commit crimes on our land.
Representative Deal.
So, Oregon has kind of an oddball way of paying for public defenders. And I think Commissioner Bell knows a lot about this. But it really is a problem. We're denying justice for the people who are accused of crime. And we're also denying justice for the victims. Right? So this is a serious problem. But it gets down to the mechanism that we use to fund public defenders. That needs to be completely overhauled, and I think we just need to look at what the models are in other states and adopt those models that are working well. Another thing related to that is we put, if you go talk to a public defender, we're asking them to be an attorney and a social worker. And so their workload is pretty heavy. And I really don't think that's not in the best interest of the person that's accused, because I don't think an attorney is going to make a good social worker. And we should have them act as public defenders. But that's really it. If you look at the models that are used in other states, our cost per public defender is way higher. Is disproportionate compared to what's used in other states. It's as simple as that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll tell you, who believes in yoga Fridays? I don't, but they do. In Oregon, we have two systems for public defenders. We have a state-driven, directed system through OPRD, Oregon Public Defenders Association system. Like, they work for the state. And then we have a local consortium that are contract lawyers that contract into the state system to say that they can receive cases that are assigned through the city judge on Rainy Day. In Oregon, what Representative Deal was talking about as far as folks not just doing criminal justice, when we talk about them being case managers, we don't talk about them being case managers of the law. We talk about them being case managers of humanity. So if you're an individual that comes into any community in the state and you commit a crime and you go to jail, you typically get assessed pretty quickly to determine your ability to stay in the jail to be held accountable by that judge. If you happen to have a mental illness, there's a whole separate track of law that you go down. But if you don't, you stay basically in the general population and you get assigned from a consortium of defense attorneys who, because of standards set on a national platform by leftists from the East Coast, public defenders in Oregon manage around 30 to 35 cases per lawyer. Would anybody like to beg a guess at what a prosecutor's caseload looks like? In Marion County, it's over 120 cases per employee in our prosecution office. It's triple the amount of cases each lawyer can handle. The reason we have a backlog is because we have a policy priority issue as to what a lawyer's job is. Not only do you not now have to pass the bar to be a lawyer in Oregon, you don't have to make sure you're following the basic standards of defense work as a lawyer. They want you to be a case manager. They want to make sure you have proper housing, proper health care, you're signed up for services, yada, yada, yada. All the things that need to be done in a system that's not siloed. If we had a government that understood all these systems of care, like me, we could solve this problem right away. There's lots of policy that can be reformed because it's based in rule, not all in law, not through the legislature. So the government has a lot more authority to go into that state agency and say, hey, you're going to take more cases. And I'll tell you right now, just as a bit of a positive, there's a new director for OPRD, and they're doing a really good job of holding people accountable to make sure more cases are taken and executed, and we can hold people accountable in our communities. I'll tell you this too, I don't believe in restorative justice. I do not believe it's a policy platform that we should prioritize in the state. It should be completely removed. We should work on statute, we should work on accountability, we should be transparent about that, but we can do all of that without mental accountability, with compassion, because I believe in people. Thank you.
Moving on to our next question, Homelessness remains the single biggest issue for approximately 20% of voters. What concrete, measurable actions would you prioritize to reduce unsheltered homelessness? And how would you balance compassion with accountability?
Well, you stole my take on it. It's compassion and accountability. First off, we have to, I think, realize what homelessness is about. And I'm talking about unsheltered homelessness. And I've gone through homeless shelters, I've gone through homeless camps, I've talked to people who come out of these, I've talked to people who work with them. 99% of the folks in unsheltered homeless have a drug addiction problem. And in a lot of cases, they are self-medicating their own illness, or they have an illness caused by the drug addiction. And what we're doing with them right now is the least compassionate thing you can do. We are enabling their addiction. We are paying people to hand out foil and pipes and a business card and say, call me if you have your drug. That is not compassion. That is enabling their demise. It's one of the worst things I think we could do. As governor, I would work to repeal House Bill 3115, so cities have the right to prohibit public camping and govern public camping. That's a city decision, not a state decision. That is essential. You gain the right to control public camping in your community. Then, I believe we would have law enforcement and a social worker go out, and they go to these folks and say, look, we have a basic shelter, and I believe in basic shelter. Not a hotel, not an apartment, not housing first, a basic shelter with a cot and a shower and some place to stay. We have that. We have mental health assistance. We have drug abuse treatment. These are available to you. We want to help you get in a good space to be a productive citizen. If you're not interested in doing that, we're going to enforce our camping limits. In other words, you can't stay here. They have an option. They have a choice. It is up to them. But I think that's what it takes. They need an incentive to talk to anybody who's done this. They need an incentive to do the right thing. We have to give them that incentive. The other thing that comes with this, and I've actually worked with Commissioner Bethel on this, is we need to revamp our civil commitment laws in order. We have people who are not in their right mind, who are not able to help themselves. They need to get into a place where they can be treated and get in their right mind. And Oregon has made it very, very difficult to do that. We are leaving them in squalor on the streets. That is not compassion. That is horrific crime. Those civil commitment laws need to be modified so that parents, for example, who have a child that's struggling, they can get in and get the help they need. Those are the main elements of what it can take. And if we do that, we can significantly reduce the homeless problem in the state.
Thank you. Absolutely. Homelessness remains the single biggest issue for approximately 20% of voters. What concrete, measurable actions would you prioritize to reduce unsheltered homelessness? And how would you balance compassion with accountability?
Thank you. Well, how about we just start tracking the money we're using today? It's a basic no-brainer. So since the governor's been in office, she's spent billions of dollars in Oregon, and she can't tell you where it's gone. It's the most infuriating thing I experienced as a county commissioner in a county that has the largest outdoor homeless camp in Oregon, right across the river in Polk County. And I'll tell you, because it's in Polk County, a rural community, minus a little bit of West Salem, because it doesn't have services and systems, they walk across the bridge, sometimes they float across the river to my county, and then it becomes my responsibility to deal with this population. I can tell you, since I've been a commissioner in the last 6 years, I'm very proud of the track record of the systems I have designed at the local level to help with this exact problem. And I'll tell you what my biggest barrier is: the legislature and the governor. It is the most ridiculous thing that I have to experience when I go into the legislature and talk to people who don't actually care about outcomes. They care about this concept called the right to fail,
which means you, as a human, can do whatever the hell you want on my taxpayer dollars, and I just have to suck it up. It's infuriating. And I'll tell you, as somebody who has direct experience in this space, you can succeed from the streets to whatever you want in your life with a hand up and not a handout. When people invest in you with compassion, they see you for who you are, where you are. If we had a system that was designed to serve people and not itself, we would be much further down the lane in this policy space than we are today. The governor doesn't want to solve this problem, and I do. It's one of my biggest priorities as a county commissioner. Since I have been a county commissioner, I have helped deploy 5 outreach programs that are effectively reaching into our communities, whether it's on the streets or prevention, which by the way is underfunded in Oregon, almost $750 million a year, that doesn't help people stay in their houses, but helps them fail out and then continues to oppress them there once they get there. We need to eliminate the right to fail. We need to reform all the policies at DHS, OHA, and OHCS. If you want to know what those acronyms are, just Google it, because my name comes up after everyone on this list of this. The civil commitment system does need to be reformed. Every single legislative session, short and long, I have worked to bring policy to the legislature to get that system fixed. Marion County is home to the largest institutions in Oregon. We have a state hospital, and we have 3 prisons. When people want to stay close to their loved ones that are incarcerated, guess where they move? Marion County. We have a large population of diversity and poverty that are failing in and out across the system every single day. I feel very confident to say, without insult to my peers, I am an expert in this space, and I am delivering real outcome results in my community. Over 350 people with direct local dollars have come off the streets, out of parks, into stabilization, with accountability, transparency, and you know exactly where those dollars came from under my leadership. It is very scalable. We need to do a lot more to our system, and I call it escalated housing. Maybe I'll get to get into that later. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, to understand the homelessness crisis, and and like Representative Gill said, it is also a drug crisis. They go hand in hand. I worked in downtown Portland for about 6-7 years, and experienced this crisis up close. I've talked to homelessness, people that are homeless. I've talked to police officers. I've talked to city workers that have had to deal with it. And the thing is first of all, we've created, the Democrat policies have created homelessness tourism here in Oregon. People come here because they get the handouts. In fact, I was out a couple weeks ago talking to homeless people, and with my guy John Mann, PDX. He's out there, we were serving, we were volunteering. I talked to a few of the homeless people, and I said, hey, are you from here? Every single one of them said, no, we're from Washington, we're from Nevada, we're from Arizona, we're from the East Coast. I would say about over half of these people that are homeless in Portland alone, and I would guess it's the same way across Oregon, aren't even from Oregon, but they come here because the Democratic policies create handouts for them and create incentives. Measure 110, decriminalizing drugs, handing out needles and drug paraphernalia to stop the spread of disease. Like Representative Gill said, they're enabling the problem. They're creating the problem. They're keeping it going. I'm going to tell you why, because it's making money. It's keeping them in power. And it's making them and their friends money. It's called the homeless industrial complex. And what they do is they create these non-profit organizations, these fake churches, I call them, around Portland, around Oregon, that get paid millions of dollars to service the homeless. And meanwhile, the problem continues to grow and grow and grow, and a lot of these organizations, a lot of these people fund that money back to the Democrats in our election time. So you notice the theme, I keep talking about corruption, I keep talking about fraud, abuse, and abuse, because, folks, none of those problems, the homelessness, the drug problem, doesn't get fixed until we root out the corruption. We have to enforce our laws. In Portland, it's spread to Eugene, it's spread to, what happened to Salem? My gosh. I mean, I go to Salem now, it looks like Portland. There's homeless tents everywhere. Yeah. And so, folks, they're creating this problem, they're enabling this problem, people are making money off of it, they're making money off their taxpayer dollars, all of a sudden, poof, they found $100 million in Portland of unspent housing funds, that wasn't by accident. And so, more need to increase transparency within our government, within these programs, and every dollar that's going to the problem, enabling it. And again, we call it compassion, a balanced approach of compassion. There's nothing compassionate about driving businesses out of Portland, families out of Portland. I've talked to many business owners who tell me horror stories. I can't even repeat because we have kids here of homelessness in the open-air drug markets that are around their businesses that are driving customers away, which is why businesses are leaving cities like Portland. And so, as governor, I want to enforce laws. We're going to find out where the corruption is happening, and I want to enforce the laws, let police do their job. And yes, I also believe in a compassionate approach, and I know we're out of time, but building that into the justice system to help people that actually want to get help. But a lot of these people, they'll leave our state as soon as we start enabling the problem and making it a homeless tourism place.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are actually going to go ahead and straight into our next policy round. As time is just flying by, so the next round is on education. Commissioner Bethel, we will be starting with you, followed by Mr. Medina and Representative Dean.
You said education?
Yes, sir.
So, we all know education is a crisis. I think it's criminal
Mr.
that...
Medina has the question.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Karen, I'm so sorry.
And we're starting with Commissioner Bethel. Thank you for your enthusiasm.
You're just paying attention to the task, so I'm not.
All right, here's your question. Oregon ranks low nationally in reading and math proficiency. With ongoing challenges like absenteeism and post-pandemic learning loss, what specific steps would you take to improve K-12 outcomes, close achievement gaps, support teachers, and ensure students read proficiently by the 3rd grade?
Thank you. So, for those of you who don't know, I had the opportunity under torture to sit on the St. Advisor School Board when I was first elected official. In 2018, I ran for public office for the first time as a pissed off parent, and I'm still a pissed off parent, if I'm being totally honest. I got 2 of my 3 kids out of the public school system, and 1 almost done, just a few weeks down the road, that maybe I could take a breather. The education system in Oregon is not designed on achievement. We've all heard that. In fact, they've removed so many opportunities for kids to rise to the occasion because of equity and some kind of balance that I don't understand that we need to put back in place. Kids can't rise to the occasion at the end of the day. However, they don't usually wake up in the morning on their own in kindergarten, get themselves dressed and fed, and transported to school. They need a solid family, home, and a community that encourages them to be successful in that space. It has to be a priority in your entire environment. And we don't actually do community schools anymore. We do institutions. And I would completely integrate that model and give communities back the responsibility of owning, growing our youth in our community from the classroom out and back and forth. Reading and math are obviously the foundation to success in life. 3rd grade reading is said in Oregon to be challenged because we have such a diversity across the state that when communities come here, individuals come here to our communities, and English isn't their first language, it's difficult for them to become readers. There's lots of evidence to prove that to be not the case. Little brains are sponges. If you can immerse them in a space that is constantly engaging them in thought and reading and exposure, they pick it up. We need to be making sure that our classrooms are delivering education to the concept of a brain development, not just to an equitable space. We don't actually teach teachers in higher education anymore on how a brain learns. They don't get to go into classrooms as 24-year-old eager teachers and know exactly what the human is in front of them. They walk into those classrooms knowing how to design a lesson plan and how to navigate behaviors. There's lots of evidence-based systems across this country that we should be tapping into. The Oregon Department of Education actually is overseen by the governor. She's the state superintendent of education, so she should be personally held responsible for our failing systems. I think it's fundamentally wrong that we have somebody who doesn't have a license or a degree in education running education in the state. I think we should always have an expert in a space that requires expertise. Absenteeism is a collective effort. Parents have to want their kids to go to school, but you also have to trust the place you're sending your most valuable possession, which is your child. We need to return the relationship between parents and schools or guardians and schools and require accountability of people who birth children and want to raise them in our community to do the right thing by them. And I also believe in school choice. I think having a capital market competition is healthy. Thank you.
Nikki Terry. Terry's gonna like unfollow me on my social channels after this, but I hope we can still be friends. Folks, it is criminal that our education system is where it's at, going to be 47th, last we checked, 47th in the nation in proficiency. It is absolutely criminal how much the Democrats are failing our kids and how much they are, and they just seem not to care. So what they do is they fudge the numbers. The Democrats like to do this across the board. They do this in many other departments other than just education. I've seen it. I worked with the state board before. Yes, I had to go to the woke DEI training. It was like, I'm still voting for counseling for that. They fudge the numbers. So you guys know they lower the graduation standards. And then all of a sudden graduation goes up a little bit, and they can pat themselves on the back and say graduations in their fake news media in the Portland area and around Oregon, all the NBC, ABC affiliates pat them on the back, their media allies, and say, look, graduation rates are up. It's criminal. They're failing our kids. Here's a big problem. Absenteeism, and with our failing, the kids that are failing in our state, it's also a parent problem. We have a parent problem in this nation. At every turn, our government, usually led by Democrats, our media, our phones, that's why I didn't get my daughter a phone until she had social media access until she was 17. They are dismantling the authority structure between kids and parents. And schools are reinforcing it. They're taking the authority out of the teachers' hands. I talk to educators across Oregon and tell me I'm afraid to discipline a kid. Because then I'm looked at as a bad guy. I can't even send the kid to detention anymore. Because then I'm looked at as a bad guy. The kids have been given full authority in the classroom for bad behavior. And so, as governor, I want to, obviously we're going to fire every department head, Tina Kotek's going to fire all their staff too, and that's going to include the Department of Education. And we're going to get people in there that actually care about our kids, that are actually going to bring up our test scores. I don't want to just stop there, though. I want to invest. Our education system as it stands is out of date anyways. So even if we get the reading, writing, and math good, that's fine. But I want to get our kids even more prepared. I want to invest more in entrepreneurship, trade schools. I want to invest in technical skills and tech skills. I want to get kids ready for the real world. We're not getting them ready for the real world. That's why they're finding they have a hard time. They're wasting their time going to college most of the time. College is not a complete waste of time, but most of it is. And they're having a hard time finding jobs coming out of school. And so I want to invest in those programs for our kids, and I want to get the basic scores back up. There's no reason why Oregon should be failing in education, being the birthplace of Nike, Intel, and all these great companies. And our kids are doing our kids have some low scores. It's unacceptable. And we need to be empowering our kids, we need to be empowering our teachers. I'm all for school choice. Taxpayer dollars should go to the student, not the system, not the failing systems. We've lost the right to be able to tell parents where their taxpayers should go, so if parents want to pull their kids out and put them in the schools of their choice, I think they should do it. So I will support that as governor.
Thank you.
I support charter schools. I support school choice. I brought an initiative petition and a couple bills to the legislature for school choice. But I also support public school. I'm a product of public school. My wife is our kid. And as the commissioner said, the governor in Oregon is the superintendent of public education. So for me, it's defined by accountability, discipline, and excellence in our schools, and that's what we need. One thing we have to do is eliminate DEI out of the schools. Talk to the folks at Furman County High School. I have 30 high schools. I gave them a tour of that before, and we sat down and we talked about what their classroom experience was like. It was nothing like when I went to school, I'll tell you that. A math class where a third of the time was spent on talking about ideology instead of math. Or having a teacher ridiculing a student simply because they had a political view that was different than the teacher's. It's unbelievable and it's unacceptable. And as governor, I would clean house on it. You look at the administrative load, we're pumping money into the school system, but the money's not going into the classroom. I've talked to teachers who are just as frustrated as we are. We are losing great teachers because of these systems that have been put in place. The governor has direct control of how that is done. Testing standards, we need testing standards. We've eliminated testing standards. We've eliminated we don't have any teeth in our truancy laws of absenteeism. We need teeth in that. We complain about high absentee rates. The legislature decides, we'll study this. It's because you don't do anything. There has to be consequences if you don't come to school. We also have a problem when we talk about fourth grade reading level. This is unbelievable to me. The state had to spend millions of dollars to teach teachers phonics because the teachers coming out of the schools recently did not know phonics. And is it any wonder our kids can't read? They're using systems that don't work. So for me, it's getting back to basics, cleaning house at the top with that agency. There is no reason with the amount of money we spend on education that we can't have the best education system in the country. And I'm committed to that. Thank you.
Mr. Medina, you will answer this question first. Key debates involve school funding, evidence-based instruction, career technical education, and addressing learning gaps. How would you collaborate with districts, parents, and educators to raise standards, expand opportunities such as dual credit and summer programs, and better prepare students for Oregon's workforce?
We need a quick break.
Absolutely, let's just quick break. Stretch your legs, everyone.
Go on, quick intermission.
What time is this thing supposed to end?
No idea, man.
It's kind of.
Yeah, I had Dan drive me in my car, drop me off when he's been taking taxis.
Because I ended up walking here. Just a quick intermission, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Geyer Show. This is the Republican candidate debate in the Oregon gubernatorial commission. Now, we apologize for the audio. For some reason, the audio was catching. We're pretty close here, and audio was catching David's voice over the microphone audio of the speakers. But some key points about this is
I like that.
yeah, he's pretty cool. The key points about this debate is they're coming correct. They're coming with legitimate questions and legitimate answers. Now we see the Democrats completely destroy Oregon completely when it comes to the healthcare system, the education system, every single system they put into play, law and order. And from what it seems, we've got David Medina up 1, and Ms. Bethel and Mr. Deal down 0. So they're playing a political game of rock, paper, scissors here.
Yeah, I figure my battery's getting a little lower, so I'm just like, I'll probably just finish off the.
Hey, were you at the prom thing at the mall?
No, but I was watching that. I was watching that. That was weird.
Yeah, I was the first one out of everybody to get.
You were there too, right? You were
No, I didn't end up going. I can't make it to every event, sadly, but sometimes like I can go to like cool stuff like this, and I'm like, hell yeah, this is awesome, because I haven't seen a debate in a long time. Yeah. So I'm pretty excited about that. I figure.
Down there, huh? You were down there, Conspirator.
Oh, I love Conspirator, dude. He's funny, dude. I like that guy. He's an interesting fella. I don't know much about him, but I like.
Yeah, I showed up with the lady and started walking around showing them setting everything up before anybody else got there.
Damn, you got the word, huh?
Yeah.
So it was just like a prom.
Yeah, I think it's